Riesling Day.
Happy Riesling Day! Holy cow! Finally here. I
Cheers,
was
Carl
so
Boucher.
safe.
Cheers.
Cheers to you. Cheers to you, Mira Boucher. Cheers to the thousands of Canadian wine lovers who are going to join us tonight. Cheers to the thousands of Riesling fan or Riesling's lover who are going to join us tonight. Cheers to all of the Canadian wine lovers, to Carl's Wine Club members. It's Riesling's Day. Wow, it is really exciting. I think I've been mentioning every single day to Mira this week. I can't wait for Sunday. I think after Chardonnay Day, that's probably my favorite day of the year. Okay, but let's see. Now, Mother's Day, and I have to say Mira's birthday and our wedding anniversary. I guess that should be in order, but Riesling Day is right up there.
It's pretty special, especially because we've really gotten into Riesling more recently. Hey, Carl?
Absolutely. It's a little bit because of you. And let me explain. It's you as a new wine drinker. At the beginning, I tried to find some grapes or really distinctive, really that it was easy for you to pick up something like, and Sauv Blanc and Rieslings were both like something really aromatic and something that you can differentiate very easily. So,
true,
and
right?
more was cracking Rieslings for you. More was like, darn it is good. Oh, darn, I forget how much I love Riesling. And like it took me back to my old days in the 90s when I was all about Alsatian wines. I had a phase in my wine career where Alsatian wines, were one of my big passion. And anyhow, it dragged me back out there. And now, how many good Rieslings have we tried lately? It's hard to count them. There's so many, right?
Yeah, there's tons. And it's such a versatile, amazing grape. And I was saying earlier, I love it too because it's, there's certain varietals out there where if you want the really high quality stuff, it gets pricey, right? It gets like over $100 sometimes. And Riesling, you can find phenomenal Rieslings for like $20 or $30 sometimes, right?
Absolutely. Like, let's get back to Fogellar. Remember Fogellar offered like $14, like $15 Rieslings were absolutely fantastic. $19 single vineyard Rieslings. So yeah, absolutely. And let's be realistic here. If you go overseas and you talk to people in Europe or in Asia, Canada is known for a couple things. First, obviously, our ice wine, but also for Rieslings, because we are a cold climate growing region. So by definition, people trust that we make decent or great Rieslings. So this is really exciting. We have 33 bottles open, not all open because I don't have enough room here. And there's a challenge when you do a marathon with reds. I can open them all up around lunchtime, and I let them breathe all afternoon. Put them on the back here, and they breathe. I can't do that with white. And now with Rieslings, they're long bottles. It doesn't fit in the mini fridge. Just is a clusterfuck of logistics. But anyway, so I have 2, 4, 6, 10, 12. There's like 18, 20 bottles behind me. So I try to pair them by duo. There's a few that I have couple vintages from the same winery, or a reserve and a regular from the same winery that we're going to taste side by side. But there's also some wine that I put one Ontario versus one BC, same vintage. So it's going to be great to see all of these wines side by side and see who prevails at the end of the day. Because you know what? I don't make it a competition, but I'm going to rate them all. And there's going to be a top 10 published tomorrow. We're going to have some no swear. No swearing before the first sip. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, you know what? Facebook automatically censors you in the captions. I was just checking here. I have the captions on, and it censors you. It says
There
cluster.
you there you go. So I'm already on Facebook's blacklist, so that's not good, or that's good, or whatever. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight because we have so many different styles of Rieslings. Different, like from the Okanagan, I have Rieslings from up and down the valley. Every single little corner of the valley, we have stuff. And because we live here, it's always easier to get our stuff, to get more samples than having everything shipped from Ontario. So obviously I have less, but I have a very big contributor from Ontario today. And let's talk a little bit about her before we start tasting and before she joins us, I would say in an hour and 20-minute time. Let's talk about Sue-Ann staff. Because Sue-Ann sent us a box of 6 samples, but she sent us some pretty darn cool stuff that we're going to taste a little later when she comes in, because she's going to come and spend half an hour with us live, all the way back to 2008. So we have some 2008 Riesling, 2012. She just sent us the not released yet, new 2019 Roberts Block. The 2018 Roberts Block's Riesling made my top 10 last year, my top Riesling that I tasted. So yeah, Sue-Ann is gonna come. We're having in our glass. Yeah, this is not a Provence rosé. It's not a Pinot Noir rosé. It's a Riesling rosé. Yeah, darn right it is.
It's so flavorful. Holy cow, I love it.
So that's from Sue-Ann as well. So this is the Fancy Farm Girl, the Foxy Pink, the 2020 vintage.
Backstory, right? There's a bit of a backstory. Sue-Ann got a lot of flack for that because it's not typical that you see a Riesling made into a rosé, right?
No. Some of our friends in Niagara were kind of get mad at her at some point, saying she was bastardizing the grape of Riesling. So some people got mad at her, but she got balls. I tell you one thing, Sue-Ann has a drive that I like not a whole lot of people I know has, and she is just absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to spend time with her in an hour and 20-minute time. So it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to taste her 2008 semi-sweet. It's going to be pretty cool. I can't wait to taste the new, not even released yet, Roberts Block. See what's following in the 2018 footsteps. So it's going to be pretty darn exciting. I think she sent us a Roberts Block 2012 as well that we're going to open. So yeah, lots of stuff. Also from Ontario today, I received some wines from Pause. So Carly's Blocks. So it's something pretty special that we're going to taste. I'm just thinking about it, and I get goosebumps because we're going to taste a wine from the late Paul Pender. So it's going to be kind of emotional or whatever it can be. So Taz sent us Carly's Blocks 2019 vintage. From Ontario, Bellaterra. Marcel sent the Wild Ferment 2019. Also, the 2020 Riesling Bellaterra. From Ontario, we have Megalomaniac, the Narcissus 18. What else? Oh, yeah.
So Leslie has a great question. She's asking if the Sue-Ann's Roberts Block 2018, the one we loved, the one that you, Carl, said is one of your
was that deep,
or what's that?
Yeah, the top Riesling of last year that I tasted, the 18,
and super affordable. And so she's asking, how would it pair with Chinese food? Yeah, good one. We're going to be having some Asian style food delivered here pretty soon. So I think Rieslings in general do well with that, eh?
Yeah, we have some pad thai, some Thai come in. There's some spicy ramen. I have also a couple of tray of sushi. So that's what we're gonna. And guess what? There's no kids around today. There's no kids.
Yeah. One of our members and nearby neighbors and her teenage son are looking after our 3 kids next door. So this is very exciting.
Did they say they're gonna keep them overnight? No. No. Huh.
No, I told them there's going to be 33 Rieslings open at the end of the night. So I
Yeah,
think they're
yeah.
That is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
That's not on the market yet, right?
We can't see, right? We can't see it anyway. So this is Affinity X from Fogalar. It hasn't hit the market yet. It's a ice wine sparkling. So Riesling ice wine sparkling.
Pretty special.
Riesling ice wine sparkling.
Yeah, I've heard of a
Riesling ice wine sparkling ice wine Riesling ice wine sparkling Riesling.
So I've heard of sparkling Riesling, and I've heard of ice wine Riesling, but I've never heard of a sparkling ice wine Riesling. So now
we have some rosé Riesling. We have some ice. Oh, we have 13th Street Reserve Riesling ice wine. We have Rieslings. We have back vintage Rieslings. We have semi-sweet Riesling. We have new release, but we also have sparkling ice wine Riesling.
Crazy.
Yep, I'm doing it now.
Oh yeah. Woohoo!
Okay, sparkling ice wine Riesling. Yeah, sparkling ice wine Riesling from Fogalar.
Okay, enough. There it is. It's a beauty. I'm going to be over there pretty soon trying that.
Yeah, you better bring your butt out here.
Oh, Melita's at work. That's okay. Thanks for stopping by. You might win one of 2 Enovinos because he left us a comment. Appreciate that and enjoy your work.
It definitely smells like ice wine.
Really?
It does?
What makes you say it smells like ice wine?
Because it smells like ice wine. Ice wine has a very, very specific smell, a little bit mushroomy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like if you blind taste me on that, I'll like before I put it in my mouth, I will call ice wine. Like it's a no-brainer. This is an ice wine.
I think I know what you mean. It's got kind of like a muted, almost like you're smelling a really nice compote or something.
This is something. It's like. Okay, you know if you make a mousse for dessert, like something like a foam, you know, like that raspberry foam that we make with egg white.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? It tastes like that. Like the texture, like it's thick, but it's foamy.
Whoa. That is cool. And what's so crazy is it's exactly the same kinds of grapes, like yours and this rosé, and then the other 30 that we're trying. Crazy. So petroleum on the nose, like a little bit like going to a gas station, right? That's the giveaway thing for Riesling usually. I don't really get it on the rosé. Do you get it on the ice wine, the sparkling ice wine?
No.
No,
you get that petroleum a little bit later on in the. It's usually with age, that's more common. So we'll see throughout the lineup. Sometimes there's a few of the one at the younger age that shows a little bit like petroleum. Right. I have no problem with that. I have zero problem with that. I enjoy that. I enjoy that a lot, actually. I kind of like my Riesling in every way, shape, or form, actually. I like the wild ferment Riesling. I like the really restrained, bright, uber acidic, lemon curd. I like also the thicker type of Riesling. So I like, because to me, Riesling, that's why Riesling is so fascinating to me. It's because it comes in so many different styles.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was mentioning to you a couple days ago, there's a world of difference between, let's talk about shards. Okay, Chardonnay, an oak Chardonnay and an oak Chardonnay. Yeah, there's a difference, but not as big, not as wide as a semi-sweet Riesling and a bone-dry Riesling. The difference in between, there's a world of difference in between.
Totally.
In terms of mouthfeel, in terms of flavor profile. So yeah, it's there's so much flavors behind me to discover tonight, to go through that.
We better get started. Okay, I'm going to come have a try of that and then tell us what we're pouring first, or do we need to decide? Yeah, Phyllis is getting on the Riesling train too, liking the dry one.
The texture is just freaking crazy. I'm telling you, the texture is just, it's a foam, but not like if you drink it. You know that bad quality sparkling wine, that frizzante, you have a sip and like the foam just pops in your mouth and almost comes out in your nose. You know that feeling, like too much, and it disappear right away.
Yeah.
No, this is not that. This is a thick foam, like thick foam, and just like filling up your mouth with really velvety. It's pretty cool. It's really my first time ever. I tasted thousands and thousands of wine in my life. It's the first time that I taste that. It's very well made, and it's really, really freaking cool. Really cool. And you know what's the best part of that, Mira Boucher?
What's that?
We have this bottle.
Yeah.
But they sent another one. We have
they're half sizes, right?
Yeah.
Which is really cool. So it's like a perfect little appy or dessert.
No. You don't get it.
No.
Plug you here. I'm talking to Daryl here or John or like my friend Guy who are listening here.
Oh,
you know when you take your wife at the hotel, and you take her for a nice dinner, bring her back to the room, and you're like, okay, that's nice. Yep. You pour that. I'm telling you, boys. This is the shit. Oh yeah.
The one to bring to the hotel. Okay.
This is the one to bring to the hotel room for after dinner. Nice. Or the concert, or the musical, or whatever she wanted to do before, right? Because you don't decide what to do. She decides, but you bring this though.
And
what
vintage is that?
That's a very good. Okay, so enough with my boys talk here. Let's get back to business. 2020 vintage. Grapes are all from the 2020 vintage. Great crops in Niagara that year. So this is an experimental product. And yeah, Fogelar, Mark. What's it? Mark.
The winemaker?
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Fogelar winemaker. Let's tell you. Here. Mark Pistor.
Pistor. I was just Spitor. I was like, no, Spitor doesn't. So yeah, he's a genius. He's doing some great stuff there. That Mark Pistor. So yeah, 8.1% alcohol, but really cool, John. I'm telling you, John, it's pretty cool. It's fantastic. And you know what? It's not a full bottle, half bottle like that. You don't have time to get it's too much. No, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think John was saying, I think about this wine, it's fine without food. I usually see it over holidays with turkey. So this one, is it one you would drink without food, this sparkling ice wine Riesling? I guess we'll try it right now without food, I'll tell you.
Yeah, but I would like to have it with dessert. something not sweet, not a sweet dessert, something a little bit more savory dessert, or bitter chocolate. I wouldn't mind fruit, like it's like maybe like something like a fruit pie or something like that. I'll be all over it. But I'm just thinking cheese, a cheese board. You know, like sometimes Mira, you like to drizzle some honey on your cheese,
Yes.
right? And that will do the trick. This is really, really cool. Hey, we're starting off with the bang right here. We're starting off with the bang. That is really, really cool. I love that. For the texture, like only like it's an experience. Bring a butt out here. Come and try it.
Oh, wow.
I need to pour that. Bring your empty glass. That's why I brought you an empty glass. So yeah. So this for people who just joined. Hey?
On my way.
Yeah, yeah. So for people who just tuned in, and then this is a sparkling Riesling ice wine. So why I tried it at the beginning, because I didn't have a clue.
You can see it's a smaller bottle, right? Like,
yeah, it's a 500 ml.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Rare and exciting expression of ice wine, a challenging process with amazing results.
So I'm gonna reach out to Mark Pfister, the winemaker. I'm curious to see how does it be careful, be gentle when you pour.
Oh.
You don't want to kill the bubbles.
How do you do it? Show me.
How do you do it? Like this?
See, I never pour.
So
okay, bigger angle.
Like this. So now the bubbles are alive in your glass. They don't just go.
Mine are.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So sparkling Riesling ice wine. So pretty cool. First time ever. I love it because it really tastes like a good Riesling, like a good ice wine. Tastes like it, but the texture just foams slowly, but really thick. Okay, I want to see me right.
So you know how I like guava, and that's why I like Sauvignon Blanc, because I believe that half the Sauvignon Blancs I taste, they remind me of guavas. This one, quince.
Okay.
Quince. I grew up in Europe. There's lots of quince here.
That's why I have it.
Quince on the nose. It's so good. Yeah. So the kids are not home, and you're giving me some sparkling ice wine. See?
Come on. There's my hotel story was kind of
right? A hint of what you're thinking. Okay, I get it. And Kelly's saying, what are they going to think of next, right?
Wink, wink.
Holy cow.
See the texture when you keep it in your mouth and like you could look slowly.
That is so cool.
So now keep it in your mouth for a little bit and like see how it's come slowly and thick.
Yeah, because it's a thicker, like it's more viscous.
Right?
Like it's got some residual sugar
and
in there.
It doesn't overflow like that bad frizzante that sometimes like you feel like it's coming out your nose and you just want to spit it out right away.
Oh, not at all. It's like
pretty
really
cool.
pleasant. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I want a lot of those because that is exactly what I want with a cheese board. Exactly like what you said, like some really nice sharp
wink,
cheeses.
wink, nudge, nudge.
Go. Yeah. I want to try that with a really nice, like gorgonzola.
Yeah, like exactly with the blue, right? To cut through that blue, the strong blue.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back because our all the food we ordered is here, the Asian food.
Is it? Okay, there you go. So the sushi and the Thai food are coming in, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, so number one, because it's not even on my list because I sent the list of everything we had to our employee, and he came back to me. He's like, "Sorry, Carl, I cannot find this anywhere." I said, "Don't worry about that. It's not anywhere anyway." So 375 ml of a 2020 Finite X Fogellar Sparkling Riesling Ice Wine. Yeah, something brand new. It's pretty cool. So to me, it's hard. It's really, really, really hard to rate because I don't have any comp, right? I just don't. This is enjoyable. I'm not sure about the price. So if it's something like $25, $30 for the half bottle, I'm all over that. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. It's enjoyable. It's not heavy. It's not some things where I need something bright and acidic right after. So very well done. I would say 92 points for the Xfinite Fogalar. There you go. So first wine is in the book. Finite X. Sparkling Riesling ice wine. Really cool. So we already had here.
And I'm going to ask you a question, Monsieur Boucher.
Yeah.
So we mentioned how that's a pre-release, that sparkling ice wine that we were so all over.
Yeah.
So we don't know how much that is.
I have no idea.
So what kind of price range would you put on it if you just had to?
That's a good question. That's what I just said. I said, for me, if it's under $30 for that 375, I'm all over that.
Yeah.
I'm all over it.
Yeah.
Ice wine's fairly expensive. Mm-hmm. I don't expect that to be anywhere under $30. But this is an experience on its own. This is really freaking cool. Like textural. It's sexy.
Love it.
There you go. So that's brand new. Stay tuned because I know that Mark wanted to do something with us. So that's Issachar. We have something new for you at some point. So I guess that's maybe something that we're gonna have to experience with the club if any one of you are interested in the near future. So here, because it's not common on the market to have a Riesling Rosé, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the Foxy Rosé. This is from the Fancy Farm Girl Sue-Ann Staff, 2020 vintage, Foxy Pink. From what I've heard and what I've talked with Sue-Ann, it's a 95% Riesling. I'm not sure what's the other 5% grape in there, but yeah, it's ballsy. I love seeing that rosé. It's slightly of dry. It's not sweet. There's a bright acidity in there. It's really, really darn quaffable. I just really, really enjoy it. To me, it shows a little better now than it did last year. We featured that wine last year. I think now it came all together. There's a nice lime peel. Yeah. There's a nice. It's a crowd pleaser. It's a summer wine. It is easy a 90 point to me. Again, if you look at that price, $18, $17.95. Just coming off Syrah Day, where the cheapest was, let's say, there was one wine under $25, and there was the Mount Boucherie entry-level Syrah. The rest was all pretty much all between $35 and $60. Now tonight, there's a few around the $50 mark, but not much. So okay.
Delivery.
Thank you. Is there any soy sauce so I can dip the? She's gonna tell me later. So yeah, the price point tonight, we have wines like between 15 all the way to. There's a few. There's one at $60, but it's the Reserve ice wine from 13th Street, so that's to be expected. But even like the top, some of the, for my expectation, I don't expect Martin's Lane to be at $25. Martin's Lane's coming around the $50, and it's the most expensive. So the bulk, it's around the $20 to the $30 bracket. $17 for that fun rosé. I give that a 90 points. I sure give this wine a 90 points. Value, brightness, like you can't trick me. This is Riesling. This has the Riesling typicity in there. It's clean. It's bright. It's fun. So yeah. Oh, thank you so much. So I just got the most amazing business partner ever here. She just brought me chopstick, soy sauce. So now that I have the full thing, I can get a little bit of wasabi in here. Huh?
Woo!
There
Getting
you go.
spicy,
It's that.
spicy.
And yeah.
Hola, Debbie's on. Hola, Debbie. Jeanette.
Curling is over.
Danny.
Debbie's on.
Over, so we have Debbie back. Awesome.
So here, that's perfect. So I'm just doing my little mixture here of
my goodness, this Riesling ice wine sparkling. It's ridiculous. Okay, what are we trying next, Carl Boucher? Let me get some pictures for us on here. Did you ever find out, Carl, why the Riesling bottle is often shaped like elongated like that? Because if not, maybe we should give an extra prize to the first person who can tell us. Yeah,
I have not.
Called it,
Carl. I have not, and I'm sure that has something to do with the German and Alsace, because that's the culture. So yeah, it will be fun to figure it out. I've never really.
Yeah, so can you tell us why the Riesling bottle is longer than most, like taller than most bottles? We'll give you an Enovino if you're the first to tell us tonight in the comments. And so speaking of which, history, right? Why is today Riesling Day? My understanding is that today is Riesling's birthday, because it's the first time it was mentioned in a historical document that we still have. 1435 was the first mention of Riesling on March 13th, no less. So that's why we celebrate today. Not that we needed a reason, right?
Yeah, exactly. Whoopsie. So now what I'm doing here, I'm cleaning my ice wine sparkling glasses here.
Yeah, I once made the mistake of rinsing the glass between sips, between tasting in the sink, with the water from the sink. And Carl was like, no, it's better to use wine to rinse it. So
makes sense, right? So from the people that we met this week for the first time ever, they are from Holland. So they're Dutch. Wilbert and shoot, I forgot her name. Anyway,
Yoka
and Wilbert.
Yoka and Wilbert.
Foreshadow. So Foreshadow is a winery on the Narmada Bench here in British Columbia. So I'm going to start the first duo with two wines from the same winery. Why I'm doing that? They just bottled their 2021 vintage, but there's the classic. So classic Riesling, and they have their dry Riesling. So two different expression of their terroir. They are 100% estate grown. They do. They have a couple plots of Riesling on their property. I think it's a 20-acre property, but there's like 8 acres planted. So really interesting couple. They're really, really cool. So.
Hey, before you keep going, Leslie says she loves Foreshadows. That's awesome to hear. They're relatively new, and their Rieslings used to be used for Synchromesh, which is arguably the most specialized Riesling producer in Canada. We have their Riesling coming up, and now they make their own. So it's a really neat story. And John Lewis, I think we're sending you an Enovino, John, because it makes sense what you're saying. Google says the reason the Riesling bottles are longer and thinner is because the Germans could get more bottles on the ships on the Rhine. So I'm going to take that as correct. And we're sending you another Enovino, which I know you won one of these before, John. So if you don't need it, you could always give it to a friend and tell them about the club. Hey,
do you have your
coming
bin?
your way? Do I have a bin? Oh no, I need to. It's okay. I have a sink right there. I'll pour it out. but not the ice wine. Oh my God. Fine.
How are you going to do the duo side by side?
Yeah, fine,
Ice
fine.
wine,
We
I have more for you tonight.
such a tough job. We have to keep going, right?
I have more for you tonight. Okay?
Thank you. Awesome.
I promise.
Yes, thank you. So Foreshadows Riesling Dry and Foreshadows Classic. Okay,
Classic,
and let's see here, because we have an amazing team member here at Carl's Wine Club. He lives out in Romania and he helps us out with these events, and he researched all the prices for these. So let me see what they are. We've got the oh yeah, go for it. We've got, and I think we're going to do our first draw as well in just a couple minutes for the first Enovino of the night. So the Foreshadows, let's see here. Okay, so I think these are new releases that we're tasting here. The 2021s are not officially out yet. We get a sneak peek, but last year these wines were $23 and $24. So the classic Riesling was $23 and the dry Riesling is $24. So they're pretty much the same price. And so we'll see what the difference is. Now, while Carl is using the ladies' room, we've got here the Enovino that we're giving away 2 of, and we just gave away a 3rd to John Lewis. So congrats, John, for telling us why the Riesling bottles are thinner and longer than most wine bottles, so they could get more of them on the ships. Fab. So this little Enovino, it's changed our lives, because we used to use decanters a lot. We still do once in a while. But with this little guy, you don't need to decant a lot of the time. So what it does is it aerates the wine as if you decanted it. It's a real difference. Like, it's a great party trick. You can pour 1 glass with this and 1 glass without, and you'll see a big difference. And it's also a little stopper, and it's also dishwasher friendly and dishwasher safe, which is awesome. It's commercially dishwasher safe. So we love this thing. You can buy it from Carl's Wine Club, $35 including shipping. But we also are giving away 2 more tonight. So leave a comment. That's how you can be entered to win. And we'll do our first draw in just a little bit.
So what did you find about the pricing?
23 and 24. So the classic is 23 and the dry is 24. This is last year's pricing. So I'm assuming this year, with everybody raising their prices, it might go up a little bit, but what we need to know is they're basically the same price, and they're kind of the lower end of the price range, you know?
So both are fairly muted. Both
Kelly's
are fairly
having
muted.
Burnt Chip Bay, yeah.
Hey?
Kelly's having Burnt Chip Bay. That's awesome, Kelly.
Yeah, both are fairly muted. These are really, really, really new wine. We have 2021 from Upper Bench. We have 2021 from also Foreshadow. I have 2021 from the Reserve, 2021 from Moraine that we're going to do side by side with the 2020. So there's a few wineries who just bottled their 2021. So these wines are a little bit more muted. They're fairly new, but that gives me a very, very good impression on what's coming up on that new release. 2021, let me speak here for BC, for both. You know, sometimes Ontario and BC have very different growing seasons, and 2021 was extremely challenging for both. Both region. Ontario, they got smacked with rain in the fall. There was so much rain, so they had to deal with fungus. They had to pick early because now like nothing was drying, so they had to deal with that. In BC, it was a roller coaster of Mother Nature. Went from heat spike in June where it developed like it was a warm spring, like the sugar and everything starting to ripe too early. It got the heat spike, who mixed everything up, and after the vine shut down, there was a cooler start in the spring, in the fall. So a big roller coaster. But Riesling sometimes will react fairly well to a challenging season. So let's taste that. Okay, 2021 Foreshadow Very interesting why they call Foreshadow, the name of the winery Foreshadow.
They have 4 children. Can you believe it? 4 boys. We thought we had a lot with 3 boys. They have 4 boys.
No doubt this one, it's the dry. Oh my God, mouth watering. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Really bright acidity. It's citrus. Like it's literally like biting in a lemon. But after that, developing with minerality, with flint, with jasmine. Okay, that is very interesting. Really like it's crunchy.
So it's funny because I'm not sure which one is which, but I think I'm going to guess that. So the one that's really more dry, you're saying is which one?
It's the dry. The dry is the dry.
Oh, so they call it the dry. Okay, so there's the dry.
And the classic, and the classic is the one with a little bit more sweetness. So
oh, I see.
I would say this the did you keep the 2 bottles? I left them there. Oh no. Okay, they're all there. Anyway, so yeah, the classic has a little, I would say probably around the 15 gram of residual sugar. There's a little bit of sweet, of dry, not sweet, not heavy. There's a bright acidity. But this here with the dry one, you're probably at 2 or 3 grams of residual sugar. Really something like straight to the point, linear, citrusy, super mouth-watering, high acidity. This is the punch in the gut right out of the gate. I'm a big fan. Wow, this is the aftermath. After you taste it, it's right here on your jaw. It's pulling.
It's good stuff, eh?
I feel like almost like
I am trying to figure out which one I like more, and I think I like the dry.
The classic is fun. The classic, I'll go with that on the patio. It's easy.
So the classic is the one with a little bit more sweetness. So the flavor,
yeah, a little bit rounder, softer in texture, a little bit more funny, like a little bit more like you can feel like it's like dancing the chicken dance or dancing something pretty darn serious, right? So it's a serious wine with the dry or something a little bit more loose, something a little bit more easy with the classic.
Yeah, and the price point is just like $1 different. So it's more about what you like than it is about, oh, this one's less or this one's more. Yeah.
Now, these are good Riesling. The texture on the classic, definitely a little thicker here. And with the dry, telling you, it's just like straight to the point, really focused. I'll give a 92, 91 plus to the 91 plus to the dry. And I will get an 89 to the classic.
Nice.
Where are they? Where are they on my list here?
They're yellow. They're bright yellow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Here, 89 plus and 91, 89 and 91 plus. Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'm gonna test a little bit more of a sushi here.
Yeah, so I just had something spicy when I had those, and I have to say that the dry one was the one that I liked more. Maybe it's because I just had something spicy, and it can kind of cut through that, right? Whereas I think now that my taste buds are simmering down a little bit, I'm really enjoying the classic as well. Mm. Good stuff.
Yeah, that lemon just like burst out. It is citrusy. So yeah, it's a very interesting story with Foreshadow Wilberg and his wife, because they used to provide the grapes for Saint-Cremèche. And Saint-Cremèche is one of that cult Riesling producer here in Okanagan Fall that we're gonna have to we're gonna taste a little later on. I think I'm gonna do a special at some point, maybe Saint-Cremèche and Martin's Lane at the same time, but or something like that, or maybe I should have one from Ontario with that as well.
Tonight?
Hey?
Tonight?
Yeah.
Because these guys are kind of the top of the game, right?
Maybe we should do the Oxyde with from Pearl Morissette at the same time, or something like that. Anyway, so let's move on. We have Xuan, who's going to be joining us now in 40-minute time. We are already well on our way with 4 wines tasted, so we're not behind. We're doing well. We're doing well. I'm going to have a little shrimp here, tempura shrimp. Tempura shrimp.
Mike says our taste buds are going to get a workout tonight. So the last couple times it was more red wines, and we had like purple teeth and purple tongue for like a week. And now I'm thinking I'm bracing more for just like
acidity, right?
Something. Yeah, the acidity, right? But it's worth it. All in the name of science, Mike. All in the name of science, to see, where we stand up.
Mira, that shrimp tempura with the classic.
Yeah. That goes well too. See, I loved it with both.
Very, very, very good. Very, very well.
Tempura shrimp with spicy sauce on it. So
yeah, I like that a lot. Let me wash my mouth with a little bit of ginger here, and let's move on. Okay.
Are we going to go to Ontario next, Carl Boucher?
How about we do some wild ferment? A duo, 2 wild ferment, one from Ontario, one from BC. How about we do that?
That sounds amazing. And wow. Yes. Mike's saying tonight they're having the 18 Riesling from Big Head. That is awesome. We don't have any of the Big Head Rieslings here.
That was one of my favorite. It was one of my favorite when I tasted at Big Head. I went in September. I think we tasted like 35 or 40 wines at 9 a.m. with Jacob. We had that's funny because I was with Marcel and we had like a bunch of appointments, and we stayed an hour and a half extra with Jacob. Our day went to shit from there at the first appointment. We were late for every single anyway. So, but
not because they drank, because Carl spits, especially at 9 a.m.
Yeah. No, it's not about that. It's because Jacob Lipinski kept bringing more and more and more. And he was like, we need to go. Oh, well, wait a minute. Taste this, and this. He doesn't bring one at a time. It was like 4
so many good wines there. It's outrageous.
They do like 60 different wines. Absolutely crazy. And so anyhow, it was pretty cool. So I emailed Jacob. During the process, they just moved the winery into a different place. So they are absolutely swamped right now. So I couldn't connect with him. I really wanted the Riesling from Big Head. Mike, I'm not a guy guys who get jealous. I never used the word jealous, but I'm pretty envious of you right now. I would have loved to taste that wine tonight. Please tell me what you think of that wine, okay? Okay, let's do some wild ferment, okay? Some pretty cool stuff here. Let's do
ferment.
Okay.
Okay, so Ontario versus BC here. So we've got
two bottles of the 2019 vintage. We have Freeform, it's an experimental branch of the Okanagan Crush Pad. They do everything natural. So this is it's very funky. Everything Freeform does, it's very funky. So 100% Riesling here, and we're gonna do it side by side. Bella Terra 2019 Wild Ferment. So
19 or 20?
What, 19? Both are 19.
Oh, okay. Our sign is wrong.
No, yeah, no, there's two. There's two of Bella Terra. You're giving me the other one.
Really? Okay. Excellent. This one.
Absolutely. Bam.
Bam.
So, are you coming here or I'm going over there?
Oh, I'm coming over there.
Perfect. I'll see you shortly. Okay. Now that's getting now I feel like if I'm a thick of it, it is pretty freaking interesting. Same vintage, cross country, wild ferment on both sides. I am freaking thrilled right now. It's gonna be fun. Two of these wines, these two, the Freeform here, we're talking 12% alcohol, so fairly high in alcohol for a Riesling. Let me read you what's in the back here. Shaped by nature, the Riesling was planted in 2015. Organic farm. Okay, so the grapes are from Summerland, so that's where the Okanagan Crush Pad is located. So beautiful spot in the central Okanagan, right before Penticton is Summerland, where we're moving in 2 weeks. Absolutely, yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
On the lake. So if you're ever in the Okanagan, you need to let us know.
Freeform on the left.
Freeform on the left. Okay.
Bella Terra on the right.
I got to remember this. Okay, and the Freeform is a lighter color.
Yes.
So if I mix them up, the Freeform is the lighter one. All right.
On the left.
On the
left. Okay, and Bella Terra. Listen, now 2 years into Carl's Wine Club, Bella Terra, we developed an outstanding relationship with the winery. They're doing some amazing stuff. I had the chance, a privilege to walk the vineyard at Bella Terra. So here, this is from the vineyard, the home vineyard. It's in the 4 Mile Creek appellation. So is there any information here on the wine? Nope. The only thing that I know is both wines are wild ferment. So let's give it a swirl on each, and let's give it a try. There's a guest who just arrived here. Let's see. No, okay, boom. Okay. That's crazy how I can smell the wild ferment. Especially in the Freeform, there is that really wild ferment nose. Okay, I really love the nose on the Freeform, and it's really, really, really appealing.
Oh yes, oh yes. Very, 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 very slight petroleum. Like
yeah, I agree. I do agree. Bella Terra's nose is extremely muted right now. I barely get anything on the nose.
Might have needed an Anovino.
The thing is, if I try all of these wines, if I Anovino one, I want to Anovino them all. I want to give them all the same treatment, especially side by side like that. So,
must be fair to the wines. It's true. It's true. So which one are you tasting first?
I'm going to taste Freeform first because it feels like it's a little bit more like opened up to me. Yeah, slight petroleum, definitely, Mira. You nailed that one pretty quick. Mm.
So the Freeform is $35, and the Bella Terra is $25.
Jeez. Wow. Explosive. An absolute eruption of flavors.
Wow. So true.
Whoa. Whoa. It's crazy. That ginger past the mid palate, like brings some spice in the back that you don't really often get into Riesling. There's a white spice at the end. There's lemon curd at the beginning. Yellow apple. Whoa! I got every single penny worth of my $35 in here. Like, this is impressive. So $10 cheaper here on the Bellaterra.
At more than 10, because Bellaterra is 25 including tax. Freeform is
That's
35
true.
plus tax. So we're talking 15 plus less.
Hmm.
Have you tried are you trying the Bellaterra right now? Okie dokie. Let's get that one on here. My.
Not as textural than the Freeform. It's more linear.
Mm-hmm.
It's more on lime zest or on lemon zest. It's more on tangerine, but not overripe tangerine.
Mm.
Lots of acidity, definitely.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. So one of the challenges today, normally we have challenges of how do we decant these, right? So the Enovino comes in really handy. But with this, it's how do we keep them chilled over 5 hours? So you're doing a good job so far, Carl. I don't worry about that part. He does it really well.
I'm extremely impressed with the Freeform. Not that the Bellaterra is not good.
Oh, it's so good.
Bellaterra asked me for more time to be open. I'm going to put the Bellaterra aside. I need to taste it later. I'm sure this guy wants more time. He was not ready to come out. He's telling me to.
Just for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
we're going to taste all these again tomorrow after we've sealed them real well. And it's interesting to see sometimes on the second day, the wine really starts to shine. And other times it's dead on the second day. So it's a bit of a gamble, but.
We have an early leader here.
The Freeform?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty darn impressive. Because I enjoyed the Sauv Blanc, the Freeform Sauv Blanc. I think it was a little weird, though. Like, there was, like,
pretty weird.
It was geeky, borderline, but enjoyable. The Vin Gris Freeform was plain too weird for me. Weird, not enjoyable. This, no. It's borderline spectacular. It's borderline spectacular. That explosion, that eruption of lemon meringue. Like, I got the wild ferment instantly. Like, it's really, really quick on the nose. It's wild ferment. I can smell it, but it gives me that wow texture, that explosion from the beginning. But after the mid palate, there's an explosion of ginger, and the it's mouth watering throughout. Ooh, I'm pretty impressed. Here, I'm gonna leave a note that I have to taste the Bellaterra again in an hour. Let's say after Suan, maybe like just around 6 o'clock here. I'm gonna taste Bellaterra again.
And can I tell you something, Carl? That's really interesting. So I just had this thing, which is just like some kind of interesting California roll type of thing that's deconstructed. I don't know. And I had that, and then I had the freeform. It ruined it for me.
Huh.
I loved it, but before I had that bite, and then after that bite, not into it. And then I tried the Bellatero with that. It drew out all the flavors. So,
Okay. Oh, wait a
that's
minute.
how fickle things are with pairings. I'm telling you.
So this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Michelle, you haven't missed the Oxyde. We haven't gone there yet. Not yet. Not yet. I will have to tag you if you're gone later when we do it. I'm not sure, but maybe we can do it soon since you're on. We'll get going on that one pretty soon, hey? I think Michelle has some Oxyde from Pearl Morissette left. And we've had it already. We had it side by side with its big brother. And of course, that's not that fair because the big brother is the Black Ball Riesling from Pearl Morissette. And holy cow, that is like legendary Riesling, right? And the Oxyde is very similar, but not as complex, not as lengthy. So it's going to be
it really helped that. Yeah, it does. Yeah, good call. It helped. It still need time. It's really, it's a lot on lemon peel. Yeah, there's a lot of lemon in the wild ferment here from Bellatero.
Oh, so Michelle actually has the Oxyde open right now, so that'll be fun. Tasting them at the same time as you, Michelle.
Okay, so here next time, my sheet. Can we have one line in between each?
You bet.
So it's easier for me to put some notes for each and every one.
Bet.
Yeah.
Kelly's just doing some PR for us here. Kelly's mentioning that there's a wine tasting party at Black Market. Yes, that is our members party at Black Market, June 3rd. It is going to be epic.
Okay, just wild ferment. Wow.
And then what is the one in Ontario that we're doing? The members party in Ontario is June 24th. There we go.
4th, yeah. Oh, I'm telling you, that freeform is something else. Holy shit.
Stunning, hey? Yeah. Wow. That's exciting. Okay. I was a little bit worried because the other freeform ones we've had from Okanagan Crush Pad were very, very, as you say, Carl, a little bit geeky, right? So they're a little bit strange to the typical wine drinker, right? Like, so like me, I would be like, oh, that's weird. Carl would be like, oh, that's cool.
Do you remember what I mentioned, you do? If there's one great varietal when you can get geeky and have a great result, it's Riesling.
That's a good point.
Boom. Absolutely boom. Okay, I'm at the 93 plus here.
It is good.
I'm at 93 plus. I am darn freaking impressed with that freeform. I am. Wow. And it's not a name that if you have help, give me 10 winery names, 10, and include freeform in there. Probably freeform will be number 9 or 10 before I taste because I have no expectation. They're unknown. But wow, that Riesling absolutely freaking shines right now.
So what's your point?
93 plus.
93 plus. So here's the other thing I got to tell you. It is our second most expensive wine tonight.
Makes it like every single penny of that $35 is worth it in that bottle. Every single penny.
That's awesome. What I love too is that it's $35. Like when we go to Reds, 35 is kind of like middle of the road, right?
Yeah.
And Riesling, this is one of the higher end ones for sure. So no, it's
do we want to do another
third most expensive, fourth most expensive tonight. So, yeah. Do we want to do another which?
Do we want to do another cross country?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of fun.
Let's do 2018.
Yeah.
Tightrope 2018 from the Naramata Bench in BC. Okay. And Megalomaniac, the Narcissist 2018.
Okay, so Tightrope, we're talking $21, Naramata Bench. And then this Megalomaniac one here, the Narcissist, we're talking $18.95 including tax.
So we're talking like $20 wines around that, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, Tightrope's 21 plus tax. So yeah, like definitely the Narcissist is like $4 or $5 less including tax. But yeah. Okay, I'll be right over. Tell us about these ones, babe.
Okay, so that was cool. We met with Graham O'Rourke and Lindsay O'Rourke for the first time this week. Went over at the on the bench picking up samples, and we stopped by. Both of the owner came swing by. We had a long chat. Really, really cool people. They're known for their Syrah, and yeah. So we tasted. Oh, they're making a killer chard as well. I kind of took the privilege to have a few sips here and there of different things. They make some great pinots or chard. The chard, I can't wait. We're probably going to do something with them this summer, but their chard's fantastic. And I didn't try the 18 Riesling when I was there. I tried the 2020. It was fantastic. So now we're talking on the dry side. I have absolutely no information on the Narcissus. The only thing that I know is the grapes are from the Niagara Peninsula, and it's 11.5 alcohol. So
yeah, I'm just reading the back of it.
No, they always put some stories. And they don't put them.
Yeah, profanity withheld. Okay, yeah. So fun story.
Okay, so BC on the left.
BC on the left. Tightrope on the left. Okay.
And
Megalomaniac on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheers. Cheers. We'll see you in a bit. Okay, so again, BC versus Ontario. We're talking about the both 2018 vintage. Same vintage, same grape, cross country. So now it's getting interesting. Let's see what the nose has to offer.
You're on the BC, hey?
Hey?
You're on BC?
Yeah, so that's funny. Huh. The Tightrope nose is a little funky.
Yeah. I like it. I really like it.
The Megalomaniac nose is really classic. Really, really classic on the Ontario one.
Yeah. Yeah. Did we try this Riesling at the tasting room the other day?
No, we tasted the 2020.
Oh, okay. This is the 18. Yes, that's right. They gave us a more aged version. So
that's it.
Yeah. And while we were there, we're tasting a Syrah. And they said something like, "Oh, this Syrah one, I don't know, what was it?"
They won Best of Show. That a pretty big award. Best of Show in one of the major competition.
So then Carl walks over and buys this Magnum for me. What a nice guy, right? There we go. So now we're starting to get a collection of Syrah Magnums. I think for Syrah Day one of these days, we're going to do a heck of a Magnum party, hey?
Okay, it's starting to open up here on the Tightrope. I'm kind of getting rid of that funky nose.
Yeah, it's funky, but it's like this, again, I think of quince. I don't know if I need to expand my vocabulary here, but
Really like citrus, green apple on the BC one. There's a little bit of grassiness on the a little bit more meringue on the Ontario, on the Megalomaniac. I would say, look, a pure citrus fruit on the Tightrope. So let's give it a taste here.
Yeah. While you taste that, I got to tell you, Michelle is here. Michelle and Rob from Black Market Wine Company in Caledon, where we have our members party. By the way, Michelle, there's people telling us, who's coming where, to which party. And there's some already excited about your party on June 3rd for the members. And they're having a bit of Bacchus, which apparently is Riesling's offspring, because they were pruning it today. That's freaking awesome.
Oh, the Tightrope is flinty. There's that crunchy minerality. Bright lemon as well. It's dry. It's mouth-watering. It's 2018, but it doesn't show age yet, just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even get any honey yet. I really like that lime peel, that flinty minerality. It's really, really, really cool. I enjoyed the Tightrope very much.
Yeah, so this one is no longer on the market because they're on.
No. There was just a few cases left in the basement. And Graham sent Colin, the manager, down below to find a bottle for us. But yeah, I see that now. Like, oh, it's 2022, so 4 years old. It's just starting its evolution. But yeah, it's really good. 92 points. Really, really good. I like the bite. It's bitey. I really like it.
Mm-hmm. Michelle, that's a good point. For the June 3rd event at Black Market, she's asking for hotel recommendations. We'll send out some more details and some ideas. Michelle, if I were you, I would go hotel-wise. I would go either the Delta in Kelowna and drive down, or an Airbnb in Penticton, or if you can swing it, the Naramata Inn.
I would say there's a Marriott in Penticton. Now we're talking 10-minute drive instead of an hour drive. So I will avoid Kelowna if you can have something in.
Yeah, and Michelle, if we have at least a few people, we'll do some sort of either ride sharing, or if we have enough people interested, we'll do a little shuttle so that we can get you back to your hotel. So ideal would be if you stayed in Penticton, because that's going to be easier to get back to without needing to get a long taxi ride or something, right? Do we need to RSVP for Bellaterra's June 24th party? You will. There will be tickets because they are going to bring in some fabulous food and all kinds of things. And so save the date for now, and we will get those details out in the next couple weeks for sure.
Holy crap. Another great wine.
Oh, wow. This one is the Megalomaniac, hey?
Yeah. The Megalomaniac show a little bit more age than the Tightrope. Like I was just mentioning honey that I haven't seen yet. They're all young. But I get a little bit more texture in the Megalomaniac, and that a tad of honey announcing a little transition and in aging. So
yeah, this is the 18. So this was just in our cellar.
Yeah. Yeah, both are really, really good though. I would not be surprised that if Megalomaniac have some kind of wild ferment in the process. I had a hint on the nose, and I kind of feel that wild ferment on the palate as well. So I don't know if I can here swing any information, or
I'm
maybe
trying to see here. For Megalomaniac.
The Narcissus
The
2018.
Narcissus, yeah, because it's $19 including tax, which is fantastic for what we just tasted. And it got 88 points decanter. Let's see here.
Maybe early on. I will be curious to know when they tasted at the decanter.
Actually, I think they tasted it in 2020. So
this wine to me, 88 point to me, it's my low floor for an interesting wine. This is way, way, way above 98, the 88 point to me.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I would agree with you for sure. And so doesn't say anything about wild ferment. They do a wild ferment specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised if you talked to the winemaker and they said, yeah, we did put a couple barrels of wild ferment in with it or something like that, right? It says it pairs extremely well with excessive self-esteem.
Yeah, we're two very different wine here. I kind of feel a little bit more Ontario style with the Megalomaniac. It's wow.
Yes, okay. Jeanette and Danny plan a trip for June 3rd. It's going to be
epic. Jeanette and Danny. I have good news for you, Jeanette and Danny. I'm going to send you your tracking number tomorrow, but your replacement from Pearl Morissette is on the way. It has left the winery midweek last week, so you should receive your...
They will get it very soon. They had some Pearl Morissettes that were a little off, which can happen, I think, more so when you have supernatural wines, like wines that have very little sulfur. If something goes a little weird with the temperature control or something, it can be a little wonky sometimes. So if that ever happens to you, let us know. They had a replacement sent to them. So Mike would get an Airbnb in Caledon for our June 3rd party or the Marriott in Penticton. I would agree. And there are some really epic Airbnbs. So if you can go in with a couple other people, it ends up cheaper than a hotel and you stay in like a sweet place, like right in a vineyard or something like that. Ooh, Debbie just found a 16 Pondview Riesling ice wine in her cellar. That sounds pretty special.
Well, at that price, it's a 92 point with the Megalomaniac. It doesn't have a very long length though, but
it is a really special
92 points for Megalomaniac, 91 points for the Tightrope. I give a little edge on the Megalomaniac for the texture, but has aged a little faster than the Tightrope here. I would say Tightrope will last a little longer and maybe a lot longer. So
it's still younger.
There's a little funkiness on the nose that I can't get rid of, and
it's got that little bit of like quince or
to me it's a little skunky.
Yeah.
So it might have a little slight issue with the wine, but it's
maybe we have a slightly different bottle or something. But
if it does, that's mean that the original what's perfect, it's really darn good, because even then I can see tons of potential with that Riesling. So very well made, but there's a little funkiness that I can't.
It makes you wonder if there's something with that bottle. Yeah, if it had a cork, you would say maybe something went wrong with the cork. But
but I think there's only 2 bottles with cork, 3 bottles with cork out of 30, out of the 27 Canadian Riesling. There's only 3 with corks.
Oh wow! And what about the internationals?
I haven't paid attention yet. I don't know. I have
to see in a minute.
But yeah, So we're 6 minutes away to get our friend Suan staff to join us.
Something
We are
Bob.
going to be trying some pretty special stuff. So I'm taking 1 minute, okay, if you don't mind.
Of course.
And yeah, I'm gonna bring some of the Suan wines, and I'm not starting anything else before we get into a. We're gonna go on a Suan powwow for the next 30 minutes. We're gonna nail like maybe 4 of her wines side by side, chatting with her. So I can't wait to let me go get some of her wine, and we'll be right back.
Sounds fabulous. I think we have several of them, and I'm already excited because we started off the night with a Riesling Rosé, which is super rare. And I can't wait for the backstory from Sue-Ann about that, because we heard she got a bit of flack from other people saying she's bastardizing the grapes. So I love that kind of story, especially when the wine turns out really freaking good and makes it all worthwhile. So yeah. So I am excited about these parties. Looks like you guys are going back and forth with hotel recommendations and whatnot. I want to know if you guys want shuttles, and if you want like Carl's Wine Club behind the scenes tour kind of thing the day of or the day before the party or something like that. Because we're going back and forth with the 2 wineries with ideas before we put a link out for tickets and all that kind of stuff. And for sure, the parties need to be epic. We're going to make them as affordable and low cost as possible while still giving you something epic. But then we're wondering, if everyone's down in wine country for a weekend, should we be doing some other fun things, right? So I'm really open and interested in your ideas. Anything that you'd be curious about if you're considering these trips, June 3rd in BC and June 24th in Niagara. Because we could do something like 3 or 4 wineries, but when we go there, we get the Carl's Wine Club treatment. Like when Carl gets to go to a winery, when I go with him, we get to meet the winemaker, we get to do a vineyard tour, we get to see some new releases, pre-releases from the tanks, all that kind of fun stuff that you normally wouldn't get to do if you were just going through on a busy Saturday and you just go in and out of a tasting room, right? So if people are interested in that, we would have to do a bit of a poll and see how many. But if we get at least 10 people, I would say it would make sense for us to get a small little shuttle or a limo or something and go around for a day and check out some wineries together. June 3rd, your only free weekend till July. Oh, Debbie, tough call. But if you can come, it will be epic and amazing. So I hope you can try. Yes to a tour, says Michelle. Elaine says, can I hang out with you too? Yes, actually, that's a really good idea. So if we did do a little bit of a tour, we could maybe end it at our place and just hang out with us, because we've got our cellar. Maybe we can open some really interesting verticals or horizontals of different wines.
Whoa, what are you talking about here? Whoa.
Getting to know our members. Yeah, June 3rd and June 24th. So Melita says she'll be there June 24th. That is so awesome, Melita, in Niagara. That's going to be amazing. And Jeanette's also saying a tour sounds great. So yeah, and with a tour, like I said, ideal would be a Saturday or Sunday if we do the party on the Friday, right? But what we're finding is it's going to be really tough to get the winemakers and dedicated kind of time from the winery on the weekend because it'll be busy. So we might be doing a tour either on the Thursday or the Friday itself. Are we staying in Niagara on the Lake, says Mike. Yes, we are. We are actually staying in Niagara Falls, Mike. So we're about 20 minutes south of Bellaterra in Niagara Falls. We rented an Airbnb down there. We can let Carl know the next day. Yeah, so it'll be good.
Elaine, no. I got the key of the cellar.
Yeah, but but Carl doesn't have it organized. He doesn't know where is what. So this is good. Uh,
That's a very good point.
yeah. And I guess
But
the
what you
other,
don't know, Mira, is I mix it up by purpose. So if I don't know where it is, you don't know where it is. So
I know where things are. I can find things in there. It's a constant. Oh, we keep saying, oh, we're going to put it all in an app, our seller, so we can always look up which vintages we have and where they are. But then there's this kind of like sneaky procrastination on both our parts, because if we don't know exactly what we have and where it is, then we're not as worried about just, oh, here's this. Let's just open it.
yeah, exactly. No, Mira, I think that the first one.
That's too bad.
I think the first one, when we have a bunch of member over, I know the first one would be this one.
What's that one? Desert Hills 13?
13.
Wow, that's awesome.
All right.
Yes, Debbie, if we could be in Toronto next weekend and see you, that would be epic. We're going to be actually in Montreal though for a couple days for spring break here. So time is a luxury. Yes, it is. Oh man.
It is, sure, Daryl. You have to make sure to come and see us when we're out there. That's for sure. You have to.
It would be great if you could, Daryl.
Tabarnak.
Tabarnak. See, you made me swear.
So we are expecting our friend Sue-Ann any second.
Let's start opening some of her wines though, because we tried the rosé. It was epic. Let's see what else she's got here.
So let's do the 2011 here, Robert's Block 2011.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, so 2011 Sue-Ann staff.
Yeah, that's epic. 2011, because that's one of the things about Rieslings that's so special. Hey, Carl, is they're white wine, but they age really, really well. They age for like, I've heard of Rieslings aging like 20, 30 years, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's do 2019, the brand new Robert's Block. So let's recap a little bit, because Robert's Block 2018 from Sue-Ann staff was my top Riesling last year. 2021, I tasted maybe what? It's fair to say that I tasted at least 80 different Rieslings during the whole year. And the 2018 Robert's Block was my top Riesling. So now Sue-Ann was pretty thrilled with the tasting notes. She did the great promo and all that. And now she bottled the new 2019 Robert's Block. So it's in my glass here, and I can't freaking wait to taste the 2019, because it's exciting when you have such a great wine like the 2018 Robert's Block. I want to know what follows in right after that, like the following vintage, what I will get, because I still have these flavors. I still remember the whole 2018 experience. So now I'm thrilled to see what's the 2019. And on my glass here, I have the 2011 Robert's Block. So now we're talking about a 10-year-old.
Crazy. So I'm coming right over there, but guess what? Let's introduce Sue-Ann. Sue-Ann is in the house.
Sue-Ann is in the house. Sue-Ann is in the house.
Estate winery right over there. Yeah.
Yes, she is.
How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good. What a marathon you guys have been doing. You're superstars.
Come on. This is the best part of what we do.
It is. Oh, I had a marathon last night though, but it wasn't Riesling. It was a variety of things. So it's dig deep to get into Riesling.
You know what? Yes, Mira.
I've learned so freaking much with these varietal marathons, Suan. It is
Yes. Oh, right.
crazy. And it is such an honor to be able to taste your well-aged Rieslings too, because all the ones we've got, we've got some pre-releases, we've got a lot, 2018 till now, but that's one of the beauties of Riesling is it ages so well. So I'm coming over there, Carl, to taste these 2008, 2011s. I'll be right back.
So come right up here, come and get your pour. And how's your weekend so far?
Oh my gosh, it's great because March break is starting here in Ontario, and I'm not sure if it's the same March break timing as your folks there, but
yeah,
we had lots of customers in today out enjoying, I know, a little bit of a newfound freedom, I guess, and so even the weather was relatively atrocious, pretty cold and windy and blustery. The parking lot kept on, 2 new cars, 2 new cars, 2 new cars, more people. I like it. The lights are turning on.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are still having trouble finding staff? Is it going to be a big problem for the summer? Because I know that here people are struggling. Like everyone tries to hire right now because we're expecting a crazy summer.
Right.
And that's going to be a challenge, eh?
It is going to be a challenge, but hopefully, I mean, I have a really great crew to call back from previous summers. So I'm hoping that each and every one of them are coming back and well rested and starting off with an event, hopefully on April 9th, even just to kind of get the rust off the wheels a little bit and get us back in the mode of talking wine, enjoying wine, because, I think we all have to relearn a little bit, how to be in customer service and I don't know, just those little taglines. And remember how to stand up all day too. That's a big one. So those poor ankles and knees. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. But you know what? I think I've been talking to many people from here in the Okanagan where before the pandemic, let's say like they were bringing like 200-300 people a day at the tasting room, and like 100 at the time where people were lining up 3-4 rows behind the tasting bar, and it's like almost a nightclub atmosphere. When pandemic hit, with all the restriction, you had to cut your capacity to at least 50%, spread out of the table. But many people realized that, you know what, the experience was way better. So people enjoy the attention, people enjoy that one-on-one customer service, and many now they're going to re-increase their capacity, but they're not going to go back to the craziness of pre-COVID because you realize that customer really enjoy the more attention experience, right?
Oh, absolutely. I am just loving the new format. It's like every winery, majority of the wineries have taken this opportunity to kind of reset what the atmosphere is. And, some will go back to the way it was, and so be it. However, I've taken it as an opportunity to okay, let's really take some time and sit down and enjoy the wine and enjoy the experience. And I think there's been a change as well. Well, before people would be like customers oh yeah, we hit 7 wineries today or 8 wineries today. Like that phenomena isn't there as much anymore. And it's more about just doing 2 or 3 wineries, having really super great experiences, learning about the property, the wines, understand what makes them tick, because every winery is just that little bit different, right? And we're not all the same, or else there'd only be room for one winery in every wine region. We all have a different story to tell, and the wines tell different stories as well. Like we've got a story, and so do the wines. And so it takes time.
At the end of the day, the wine tastes better because you know more about the wine. You had to sink in more information, more of the emotion as well.
Yeah, and it's a double win, because not only do you have a better experience and that really great memory, then when you buy a few bottles, you go home with them, you have that memory again and you relive it, because you're going to open up that wine at home and think back like, oh yeah, remember that time we're at Sue-Ann Staff's overlooking the pond and sitting in the tent or whatever, wherever you may be, in the dining room or the sunroom, petting the dog, whatever it was. And reliving your vacation time and that really wonderful moments that we could spend some time. And that's what really makes small estate wineries different, is that we have that ability to really connect with our customers and give them really fantastic experiences. So.
And like I said, I think the wine tastes way better when you have the chance to meet the people, to listen to story, to sink in the experience. I so agree with you. And I'm the biggest fan of that pre-COVID craziness nightclub experience is gone. Because to me, it's not experience. It's not learning about the wine. It's just like getting boozy, right?
Well, I always felt bad because like I get bookings for bachelorette parties here to come through, and they'd be so energized and ecstatic to, like, we want to go to a women winery. We're so proud of you. Like, oh, great. I did this. Great. That's fantastic. But so what is your experience going to be like? I want you to have a good time, but I want the other customers to have a good time too that are here to seriously taste wine. So they crack me up. Like, you hop online, we have a bachelorette package. There's $40 a person, and you get a free bottle of wine, and you get this and this and this. Is about a $70 value per person for $40, and hardly any of them called back. So I had a strategy, but even still, yeah. So no, it's nice to change it up.
So we have, first and foremost, we have to say thank you because you sent a rock star package our way. Is like when we opened the box, I couldn't believe it. I was like a kid just seeing Santa flying across the window, and like with the reindeer. I was like, yeah, it was something amazing. So we have right here, I'm doing a little side-by-side Roberts block right now, okay? I'm doing the 2011 Roberts block and the new release of the 19 Roberts block.
Okay,
so before we start talking about the wine, Sue-Ann, you guys are known to have one of the oldest estates in the country. So is Riesling has been one of the core in the staff family since the beginning, or it's something that you have more in mind when you started on your own with Wallhouse? Where's Riesling fit in all the culture of Sue-Ann staff?
Yeah, it's funny because it's been in and out here, and it kind of follows the whole growth of the wine industry anyway, right? So we've been growing grapes for over 100 years. My parents and grandparents and great-grandparents were large grape growers for Jordan wines, and we all remember us from Montebiambino and potentially had our first hangover from something from that winery. And so about 40% of Jordan wines came from this property. And so part of the collaboration that we had with them said, we'll plant whatever you want and we'll experiment as well. So we had in the 70s, we had Chardonnay and Riesling and Gamay, Cabernet Franc. All these varieties were here. And the only problem was that when they took 9 times more effort to grow versus all the other grapes we're growing, like the Catawbas and Delawares and Deschonac's. And these are all names we want to just kind of like push aside and for yesterday years. But at the end of the day, we put all this extra effort into it, and you harvested them, and they went right into the bins with other grapes, and away it went. So some years it was kept separate, some years it wasn't. But just outside my home was where there was Riesling planted in probably 1978, 79. And then when the pullout program came through in 1988, we just ripped out anything that qualified in that program because it seemed like the entire wine industry was dead. And it was weird to have a block of this and a block of that. You'd have some grapes and some open land. And so it all just went so it could focus back in on cash crops. So sadly, grapes planted then were ripped out. And then ironically, when we started planting again, 1994, I guess it was, the first block replanted again was Riesling, right where there was Riesling previously. So that has to be a bit of a slap in the face, for my dad who would have planted them and tended to them and then ripped them out and plant them all over again, right? So it's a little discouraging, but he believed in the industry and never left it, but you just kind of have to go with the flow and go with the economies of it, right? In the end, it's still a business, and this is our primary and only source of income, so you have to go with it. So the Roberts Block Riesling comes from that vineyard that was planted in 1994. It's clone 21. This was the Weiss clone planted on SO4 rootstock, which is probably the most classic clone of Riesling and rootstock combination, especially for this area here on the escarpment. And so when I started the winery in 2008, I didn't have all the different blocks of Rieslings yet, and I didn't have all the concepts of the names. So in the package, there's also a 2008 semi-dry Riesling. Technically, that is Robert's block as well. Just I didn't have, and it is only that wine, only that block, because the other ones were just being planted in 2008, and I didn't have the whole concept, all the different names and levels at that time of how it all play out. So, so that and. So it started off as semi-dry Riesling, and then as time went on, I started to segregate the blocks out into a Riesling loved by Lou, named after my grandmother, and that's all the parcels together. And then the oldest block is Robert's block, and that's what this guy is. So technically you have 2008, 2011, and then the 2019. So
you got it.
Yeah,
you got it. So, like I mentioned to people, 2018 Robert's Block was my #1 Riesling in Canada, in my top 10 wine of the year last year. 94 points. I fell in love. Before I tasted the Robert's Block, I tasted the Merlot, I tasted your Baco Noir. I like what you're doing, but when I tasted Robert's Block, I was like, okay. This is awesome. Now I was over the moon, and now to have all of these versions, I'm getting super excited because there's so much here, like all connected to Robert's Block, and now I'm learning more and more about the whole thing. It's absolutely so exciting for me. Before we get there, Mira and I tasted that in the opening, and yes. I want you to tell me a little bit more. Like this is Fancy Farm Girl. This is a side project, but this is one of your side projects. You have so many on the go. I guess that you had some pushback from friends from Niagara when you started to do rosé Riesling. People were a little bit skeptical.
Oh yeah. No, I was totally beaten up by my winemaker friends, without doubt. They told me I was bastardizing Riesling by making this wine. So it is Riesling, 92% Riesling with 7 or 8% Cabernet Franc added to it just before bottling, and it works so great. It's such a refreshing rosé because the Riesling is like the Riesling is the acidity, the backbone, the structure of the wine. It gives it longevity. Even not that we really want to age a rosé, but if they do have to go longer, it holds it. It keeps it bright, right? And then the Cabernet Franc added to it gives it the color, obviously first, but then also gives a little bit of tannin, so it builds some roundness and some mouthfeel to the wine, and adds a little spice component to it as well, and then just a smidgen of sweetness to it. Not much, there's a hint of sweetness, and slightly. Yeah. Just because you want it to be quaffable, right? Like you want it to be dry enough to go with food and with your tuna and salmon and turkey and things like that. But then you also want to be able just to kick back on a summer day and crack it open and throw the cap away and find the bottom of the bottle, right? So because some days are like that, right? So. And that's that's perfect for that.
And funny enough that you mentioned a little bit of ageability. No, you don't want to you don't want to buy rosé to age it. But I tasted that very same wine last year, early summer. So let's see, 10 months ago. I'm tasting it again today. And I rated that wine 1.5 points higher today. I think that wine had I think it's a little bit rounder, but I think that the perception of sweetness had come down a tiny bit, and I got more bright acidity in there. I think it shows. It was showing awesome then, and it shows freaking great right now.
It cracks me up with the rosé because we bottle them young, you start drinking them young, and as I drink the rosé through the summer, it just gets better and better and better, and through the winter. And so this is the 2020 that you have here. I'll be bottling the 2021 with luck in April or May, but and I'm loving it more now
Yeah.
when it's almost sold out. Right? So,
I know. That's crazy, eh?
yeah.
And I mentioned it to Mira. I remember clearly last year, and I said, "Whoa! Now it's just absolutely hit the spot.
Yeah.
Absolutely right now."
But every year this cycle happens, like, ooh, yum, 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 as it goes, and then it's gone. And then so it is, how do you know which rosés you hold and you don't, and as a rule you don't, to enjoy it young and fresh and bright. But this is one that, so if it's one of those ones that just kind of got left behind in the cellar for unknown reasons, 2 or 3 years down the road, it's still gonna be like monstrously enjoyable because it's Riesling, right? So and it's cute. So these winemakers would beat me up, and so 2 years almost in a row, this blend won gold at the Ontario Wine Awards for best rosé, and then 1 year it won for the best label as well. So I think it has a good track record, and it cracks me up because now the one winemaker that beats me up the most about it is making it himself. So it's like, wait a minute.
Hey, kid!
Is this bastardized Riesling? It's pretty good, eh? You're welcome.
I call that vision. I call that instinct. I call that having some balls to go after it. Well done, Sue-Ann. I love it.
And Mike's asking, Fancy Farm Girl isn't the only rosé you make, and I'm pretty sure you make a rosé in that kind of rectangular type of bottle as well, right?
Right, I do. I don't have one right. Well, it's on the side of the wall there. Yeah, it's in a beautiful. It's in a vodka bottle actually. So it's a really cylindrical bottle with very angular top to it and bottom. The bottle itself is, oh my gosh, it's got to be almost a pound, and the bottle was $3 wholesale. So you don't take that back for the 20-cent bottle return. That's just a horrible ROI on that. So just keep it, make a candle or make a vase or something out of it.
Yeah.
But you're talking about the wine, not the bottle. But anyway, the wine itself though is it's called Windsock Cabernet Sauvignon from 2018. And it was a wine I always wanted to make. It was but I needed the grapes to ripen in a different style. Grapes usually ripen sugar first and flavor second in our new viticultural style, where we're opening up the canopy so the sun can get right on the berries. And in this case, to make the wine I wanted, I needed the flavor to come first and the sugar second. And that's backwards, especially in 2008. But for whatever reason, this vineyard did it. And that's what I wanted, because I didn't want the wine to be overly alcoholic, but piles of flavor to go with it. So I was able to score this one block. We only kept it on the skins for about 8 days, aged it in French oak afterwards for 8 to 10 months, and then bottled it in that glorious bottle. So so it's neat. And I'm actually getting sad. I'm down to my last pallet of it. Made just over 300 cases and down to the last 56. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna start hunting around this vintage for something like it again. So yeah,
you're
it's a little steep though too. It's $35.95 a bottle. So for a rosé, it's pretty steep. It is one you want to drink with veal and pork and frittatas and things like that. So.
Yeah, but it's also pretty rare to have a rosé that's had all those things that you're describing, like oak treatment and
bone dried oak, the tannin, the body, and then not be overly alcoholic as well. It's only 12.5% alcohol, so for the flavor that it has and the intensity, it'd be really hard to dial that back from a higher alcohol. Like typically a wine like that would be 13.5, but it's only 12.5, so keeps it in check. And so you serve it also at like cellar temperature. You don't chill it, just to really enjoy all those nuances of the wine. So. Yeah,
pretty serious rosé there.
You mentioned the Jordan. You mentioned the Jordan Winery earlier. I think you woke up Mike's teenage years, and he's remembering Spumante Bambino. So
you're welcome. I think.
Not sure if you already enjoyed the moment, but anyway.
Yes. I wonder if he remembers the commercial where the lady was there. She had the grand piano with the top was up and the stick holding up, and she would do the song going and the shoulders and Spumante Bambino, that's my Pinot now, and she would smack the stick and the piano would crash down, and it was
Oh
Fantastic.
my gosh, you guys. The
Okay,
things
let's
I
talk.
missed growing up in communism in Romania, we didn't have television or anything.
Oh, you guys from Monte Gambino. Your
And
first
you know what? And we didn't have these commercial in French in Quebec, Northern Quebec. There was no English commercial. So
Elaine, Elaine is curious about the rosé you were describing, there. So Elaine, that's what it looks like. Yeah, it is a little bit slightly darker pink probably, but yeah, because 8 days on skin seems like a long time.
that's the classic food rosé. That's it's unique, it's special. And for me, what I really enjoy with that bottle, it's the light tannin. For me, a rosé with tannin just bring a whole other world of texture and length, and like, yeah, it's very unique and special. So
yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
let's talk about Robert's Block now, because I have something pretty cool in my glass. Well, let's start first. I want to talk 2011 versus 2019, and after we'll talk about the semi-sweet. You're okay with that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So 2011, I just had a sip. Right now, I can smell. There's a little bit of petroleum coming out. So like we feel it starts its aging process. It's anywhere near the end of that one. Is just starting to this golden age. I will call it. The texture is bright. The texture is soft, but the length. This, I have not found a length like that in the 12 wine that I've tasted so far. I believe that kind of length comes with age.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I think so too. That little bit in the petroleum, that petrol note really is a sensitive one to me, because I really enjoy it to a point, and so that's the point with these wines. Like as they get older and that starts to get more dominant, then I start to go like, maybe is this wine over the top and over the edge. But actually, this is what I'm going to be re-releasing this summer, because I don't know why I made a bit more of this wine than I did other vintages, and so it will be coming back out. So there's about 200 cases coming onto the market actually in about probably about May or June. So and so there's that, and there's like this saltine cracker note to it as well, like that iodine note that you get from the saltine cracker type thing. And I'm just smelling that in the nose, that biscuit, that's
That's
showing some
salinity.
age too.
That's minerality, salinity.
I get that saltine on
Oh,
it too.
absolutely.
That's amazing.
And that ripe pear, to me, like there's some ripe pear coming out, almost apricot. But still, like, and what was the sugar level with like the original sugar when you bottled that? It was not high for sure.
No, I think this was only about, if I remember correctly, I should look this up, but I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was like 11 grams per liter for 2011. So it's not that high as well. So
convenient, very convenient number here from the lab.
yeah. And so that's one of the differences I do too with the Roberts Block Riesling versus Riesling Loved by Lou. And I used to make another one called Grace's Dry Riesling. Like in those cases, I made those wines for the market, let's say. So the Riesling Loved by Lou is always semi-dry. It's about 22 grams per liter to kind of like hit that semi-dry market. And Grace's Dry Riesling was bone dry for those that love dry. I've kind of abandoned ship on that wine for a little bit. But the Roberts Block, I let that wine tell me how much residual sugar it needs to have. It's not made for the market. It's made for the joy and the love of the perfect Riesling. And so that wine will fluctuate year to year, how much sweetness there is based on what I think it needs. And so as it's fermenting and we're watching that sugar concentration come down and the alcohol going up, and how is that balance and structure coming along, and then at the right time, throw the cooling on, stop the fermentation quickly, and hope to nail it. So it's always
I'm just these things side by side with the 19. And obviously 19 have not even hit the market yet. And I feel it's the same. Definitely the fruit comes from the same place. There's a continuity here in the flavor profile. I got the same type of a flinty minerality who comes out. the residual sugar is pretty much at the same level.
Right.
I don't see a spike or a decrease. It's pretty much in the same ballpark. Was there a similarity in between the two vintages, in between 11 and 19?
Yeah, there was in some ways that they were both certainly cooler vintages, and that's why I don't make Robert's Block every single year. I has to like really nail the year, so I didn't make it in 2020 because I thought it was just too hot, and 2021 I don't think, given how much rain we had, I don't think
Yeah.
any of it will make the mark to have the concentration that I expect for Robert's Block. So. But you to have that cool weather to keep the acidity in check and to keep you want to have a little more elevated than most wines, and yet warm enough to develop the fruit sensations of the wine too. So it's kind of like that double-edged sword of it type thing, of how warm but not too warm, and cool but not too cool. And 2019, I mean, I think we nailed it as well with rainfall, because it did get a little wet towards the end of the harvest, but we had the Robert's Block in before a lot of that rain happened. 2011, I think, I'm trying to remember exactly everything from that year, but I do remember it being cooler. I do remember there being a bit more than a higher average rainfall, but every year is the same story about trying to get the harvest date right. So, I mean, it really, we talk about Riesling really reflecting the soil that it's grown in, and I think you really see that, and I see it throughout with these wines, given that the vines are close to what would they be if they're planted in 94? They're, oh goodness, oh my gosh, are they like 26, 27 years old?
They're right in their prime.
Oh my God, time flies. Wow. I was gonna say 22 years.
They're right in their prime right now. Like, they're producing like some of the best fruit they're gonna ever produce.
Right.
And if for people who wonder how Riesling change with age, well, here between the 11 and the 19, I would say that the 19 here, I taste green apple, I taste citrus, and it turns more here into plum, into yellow apple, a little bit of ripe pear. So in terms of fruit component, to me, that's my kind of transition that I'm seeing in the 8 years of aging. And because similarity in vintage, similarity in residual sugar. So to me, it just tells me that like people wonder which kind of transition they can expect in terms of fruit change. That's the kind of evolution that I feel, and that slight petroleum. And again, there's nothing offensive. It can be offensive for people when it gets to an extreme. There's just the slight one who gives me that little like trigger first. First, the color. The color is a little bit more golden, and the second, I got that little hint, and my green and citrus fruit comes a little bit more toward the yellow fruit and something a little bit more a riper style.
Right.
And I totally see what you're saying about the aged one having these rounder, more plummier kind of flavors. But do you also get a difference in the texture? Because I feel like the more aged one has this like rounder texture to it too.
And I would say the age will get rid of the edge, right? Like it makes.
Yeah, no, definitely. Because as the wine is aging, what's that, like all the molecules are all binding to each other to make longer. It's the same as tannins. Like they start binding to each other, get longer and longer chains. And the same thing would happen with white wine as well, where there's going to be bonding and interactions and all these electrostatic connections happening between the wine. And that's going to change the perception of how your tongue perceives them, that tactile sensation of the wine on the palate. And so that's going to change that perception and make it seem rounder, fuller, and more intense. And at the beginning is the acidity that zips through it and kind of like razor sharp cuts through everything, but then after time goes on, it rounds down.
Totally.
I love the length of the 2011, and you let me know when you try to get these wines to market, because you know what? We're not full. The schedule is open for June and July. So I'm just saying, And by the way, we're going to be in your area as well in June, right? Mira and we're spending 10 days in Niagara. We rented a house in Niagara Falls.
Not
with
10, 6, I think, Carl. But yes.
I'd say the vacation or 10 days. Oh, we're gonna spend a couple of days in Toronto for a baseball game, but
All right, yeah.
but yeah. So we'll definitely swing by and do some cool stuff with you as well.
Yeah. We'll have the tent up. I suggest a Carl and Mira wine party. We'll have you all here and bring in some of the locals and crack open some beautiful wines and enjoy a great night.
Well, we were just saying the members party, because our members voted on all the wineries we featured last year, and they voted Bellaterra our top Ontario winery.
Right. Yes. Who's that?
June
Where? What?
Marcel who?
What?
Who's that German guy?
One of my best friends? I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah. And so June 24th, we're going to do a members party at Bellaterra. But we were just in the comments here earlier brainstorming what we can do, because if everyone's going to be down there for the members party, we thought maybe the day before, the Thursday, it's not so busy for wineries because Saturday would probably be kind of crazy. But the Thursday, we could do kind of a behind the scenes tour of a few other wineries in the area. And maybe Joanne's staff needs to be first on that list. That would be amazing.
I'm making a note.
Yes.
We're going to follow up on this. So yes.
Totally, right? And
for sure.
Okay. Last question, and then I think we need to let you go because you probably have a million other things to do.
Co-fiddle with my fiance on the couch, have little snuggles. Yes, Sunday night snuggles.
Nice.
For the post that I'm seeing, I can say that you get a pretty good one in your hand. I'm telling you, Joanne. Rob seems pretty darn cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like the bomb.
I'm a big fan of him.
He's one of your fans too. So yeah.
So now we need to crack a bottle together.
We do. Many.
So
Suan?
Question.
Oh,
yeah,
go
I was
ahead.
going to ask, what's the difference with the bottles? Was that just no big thing, or is there like a story behind there?
So here's the deal. When I started the winery, after so you have to appreciate after working at Pillatieri Estates for 10 years, Charlie Pillatieri loves glass. Like he come out, look at this bottle, look at that bottle. I bought like 40,000 of these and 20,000 of those. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to get that fancy bottle down the bottling line. Oh, you can do it. You'll make it work. And like, I lost years of my life, right? From that. And then, so when I started the winery, having been like moderately traumatized by this and also bottling, more ice wine than any other state in the world. Yeah. And all those little 375 ml bottles and 200 ml bottles that just are like dominoes on a bottling line where they just like when one falls, they all fall, right?
Oh no.
So I'm like, I started the winery. I'm like, does the bottle really matter? Like, it's the wine inside. And also, when you're bottling, you always have to stop to change the labels on the bottling line. So I'm gonna like watch this, like watch how smart I'm gonna be. I'm gonna bottle everything in a antique green Bordeaux bottle because it doesn't matter. The bottle doesn't matter. The wine matters. And the labels, I'm gonna design a tall, narrow label. I'm gonna get like 10,000 labels on a roll versus all the other wineries that like have to stop every 2,500 labels because they have to change the roll. So I'm gonna be so efficient and boom, watch this. Well, it was a great idea. And then, I'd be at wine shows and people be walking up looking for Riesling and they go to wineries that had their Riesling in a traditional Hock bottle versus me. I'm like, but I'm the Riesling girl. They only make like a couple hundred cases of Riesling. I make thousands of cases of Riesling. And so eventually I had to bend and start doing it in a Hock bottle. And I can't tell you the difference. There's a reason why Riesling goes in a Hock bottle. People know what it is. They understand what it is. And it's a little bit of my Australian training too. And at the time too, in the 90s and early 2000s, so many Rieslings were so sweet, right? They were just, and so people looked at a Hock bottle and they identified it as being a sweet wine first, more than anything else. So I thought I was being clever as well by doing a Bordeaux bottle saying, hey, this Riesling is different as well. So, but anyway, so I'm kind of, so this 2011 Riesling, I'm on the fence of what to do with it because I have 200 cases in this bottle. I do have labels made to rebottle it in a proper, beautiful, tall, elegant hock bottle. And I'm tempted to very slowly, carefully, like decant it out of the one bottle and then rebottle it. I don't know. I'm stuck. I like.
My heart tells me you want to know. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, no, I do.
My
Please,
heart
please.
tells me no.
Just leave it.
Oh my God,
story, I guess, doesn't it?
That's the best story ever.
That's what I'm siding on Mira's side on that one. This is the history. This is your story. Don't let anyone else change your story.
Right.
Fuck that. This is your story. Well, see, like you say, do not in capital, do not rebottle. This is your story. No, I know.
Okay, and I'm seeing some comments here. No, don't do it. And then I switched to the Flint bottle too, thinking, oh, it looks like more Californian as well. And like, you know what, Suanne, just like, you know, stay with the wine, like just, you know, whatever. So so I mean, I'm always cognizant of oxidation and I did this once with another wine, like long before in my career. I had to rejudge a wine that a previous winemaker had made. And so, you know, when I opened up and smelt and tasted every single bottle. I also had coffee beans there to smell, to kind of like reset the nose. And I did like about 500 bottles at a time, and then took a pause and another 500. So, you know,
it's
the things a girl does in a day.
But
I'm sure you can find something else, like go on a week vacation with Rob or something.
The thing is, maybe at the beginning people didn't know who Suanne Staff is, and they didn't realize that this Riesling is special. Right. But now we know who Suanne Staff is, and we know that you make phenomenal Riesling. And so to have a bottle of your early Riesling that is like in the original kind of different bottle and know there's a story behind that is like, oh, so amazing. That would be so cool. I want a case of it for our cellar so that we can open it every time we do a Riesling day and talk about it.
So this one, the 2008, you know, I'm still caught up in my military days, and then I was a founding winemaker at 20 Bs, where we didn't bottle anything less than 4,000, 5,000 cases. And so my first bottling run of the 2008 semi-dry Riesling, I did 1,000 cases of it, and I remember it all being bottled, and then in the transport truck as it went off to the warehouse, my father was driving it, thank God, because my anxiety level was just off the chart, really high. And pride is really high too. So it was at 2 levels. So as I watched this transport truck drive away, I had ultimate pride of like, I own every bottle of wine in that truck. And then there was also a fear of like, I have to sell every bottle of wine in that truck. So what I decided to do right away is the very first pallet I wrapped up in cellophane and brought it back home to my own personal warehouse here. And I've just left it in the corner. And I've only, out of the 12, 13 years I've been open, I've only consumed about 14 cases from that pallet. So there's still about 42 from that. So so the 2008, so we'll have some fun with that at some point as well, with those that are Riesling lovers and want to try some aged Rieslings. There's a story to go with that one too, about and it's holding so beautifully.
Oh my God, that's why I'm like, hey, here you go. Here, I want to talk. I have something to say here.
Yes, go.
Because I'm not sure if you remember the numbers, the RS number when you released. Semi-sweet has to be what? I think it's at 50. What's the number for the
Riesling is different though, because the acid skews the sweetness, right? So there's a little bit of a different formula to we incorporate the acidity when you talk about sweetness with Riesling. I don't remember how that goes exactly, but that one is sweeter. Sorry, I forgot about that part. So it is.
It doesn't bring sweet right now. It doesn't show. It doesn't show heavy sweetness on that in that wine at all. It's mostly, to me, I can't.
Opening it. There you go.
I can compare it with the 11 Roberts block almost in term of texture, in term of there's not that heavy sweetness at all.
So, Carl, the one you came over here and showed me, which I couldn't see, you went fast. Is this the 2008 or
Eight, the 2008 semi? Yeah.
It's a little more biscuit on the nose than some of the other ones, I think.
Yes. Yeah, there's a little bit of the baking, the baking spice in there, the croissant or.
Yes, it is biscuit, like really good, like tea and biscuit kind of thing.
Yeah, like an apple pie, like a really zippy apple pie, maybe made with like Granny Smith apples type thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. So yes. I don't know.
Flaky
I don't know how much gram of drizzle sugar you had at the beginning and how that translates to now. We're talking 8, so it's 14 years ago. 14 years in the bottle. Wow, the acidity is just such at the perfect spot right now.
Yeah, it's quite searing, and the acidity is still really, really vivid. And they have this baked apple pie, this like tartan type note to it, and the petrol I think is actually lower in this wine than
in the 2011.
Than the 11, yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I haven't had this wine myself in probably about 2.5 years, so I was looking forward to tonight and to crack it open myself. So.
It's in a fantastic place right now. And like that's why I try to explain to our members sometimes, like the wine goes up and down, and sometimes you can get a bottle on in a sleepy phase. This is shining right now. Holy crap.
I'm pretty proud right now.
That is so good.
Yeah.
So good. Oh. We are halfway to our marathon, and this is the top bottle we've opened that I'm tasted so far. This is the top. Absolutely. This is
outrageous.
This is
Elaine
special.
Has a great comment. So, you know what happens at our house after this Riesling day, Sue-Ann, is we have 35 bottles or something of Riesling open. So you'll know who our favorites are tomorrow night because we're going to retaste them and there'll be none left. And
right, yes.
They're all good, right? But there won't be any left of this 2000, is it 8?
2008,
yeah. For sure, none of that. Probably none of the 2011 either because we're going to geek out on that. It is phenomenal. But Elaine's saying, not sure if this is a welcome comment, but I love Riesling to cook with or for salad dressing. So I appreciate that, Elaine, because we will have some left over. There's no way we can drink 33 bottles in 2 days between 2 people. So yeah, that's a good point. It probably would be amazing in salad dressings. And
so Sue-Ann, we usually bring some other people from the wine industry in the Okanagan the day after. We're usually like 6, 7, 8 other people who join us, and I retaste, and we all score, and we all share notes.
Right.
So that will be interesting. I can't wait to see what other people has to say about that.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. I'll be keen too to see how they look at this wine and how they believe it's how it's standing through the test of time as well. So I'm keen to know the notes. Yes.
And the most amazing thing here is we do 08, you put the 11, and you get the 2019 to show what's the latest, the latest version of that evolution. Yeah. It's like a movie, and you put it in different scene, like boom, boom. It's crazy. Thank you so much for doing that. It's always a blast to chat with you. I can keep you on until like that, but Rob's gonna start texting me, say, "Hey, when are you done?" So I'll let you go. I will text you tomorrow to let you know what other people are thinking of these gorgeous wine. But so far, halfway through, you're taking the pole position. So
all right, you're speaking my F1 language. That's it starts next weekend, so you got
I know. It's one of your passion. Hey, we'll see you in June, and maybe we should start emailing if you have. I'll depend about your inventory, but I would like to do something else with you this summer. So.
Perfect. I'm in. Let's do it. Awesome.
Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
So
you
much
so
fun.
much.
Thank you. Okay, good night. And good luck with the rest of your marathon. Dig
Thank
deep,
you.
guys. You
You
can do
rock.
it. Okay.
Happy
Thank you.
Riesling Day. Amazing. Yes. Thank you so much, Sue-Ann. That was so much fun. Jeez.
Wow.
Okay. I gotta tell you something really fun here too. Guess who is tuning in with us? All the crew from Black Market. And let me see if I can get you the picture here. Look at this. Bam!
There you go. That's our favorite people in the world. Yeah. I love it. I love it.
They're pruning Bacchus tonight. So Bacchus is a relative of the Riesling grape. And they are pruning that and sending us a picture with their cheers. So that is awesome.
Do you know if Rob and Michelle are coming tomorrow?
Well, Michelle is flying out, but Rob might. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
Wow, this is really, really fun. I think, can I stop it there?
Stop what? The whole
marathon. Like, I'm done. I'm done.
We have not yet tasted Synchromesh or like 25 other ones. So no, you're not done. Get back to work, Carl Boucher.
Okay. Darn, that is good though.
It's
oh my God.
really good. Oh my goodness.
But isn't she great to talk to? Like I've never had enough like talking to her.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
And she seemed open to the idea of crashing her winery with the Carl's Wine Club bus June 23rd or so. So if you guys are planning to go to Niagara this summer, the day to be there is June 24th. That is our members only party at Bellaterra. And potentially June 23rd, we might do a heck of a tour behind the scenes, maybe to Sue-Ann's, maybe to involve some kind of vertical of Rieslings. I don't know, maybe.
Okay, what's next?
What's next is I am going to get all of our comments here put into an Enovino draw. So give me a couple seconds to do that.
Yeah.
And you pick our next wines here. What about, I mean, you've done Bellaterra Wild Ferment. What about heading over to, I don't know, does something jump out at you?
Yeah, how about we do 2018 Time Riesling versus 2018 Pearl Morissette Oxyde.
Are you serious? I was looking at the Oxyde on my list and I said, we should do the Oxyde because I don't know if Michelle is still on, but she has that open. So you read my mind is what you did, Carl Boucher.
See?
I'd wait. Well, I can't do
there
it.
You go. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Oops, I forgot to crack that one open.
Oops, which one?
Well, there's our twist cap, so.
Damn, Debbie has a wedding on the 24th. Well, Debbie, June 3rd, we're in BC. So if that works better for you, let us know. June 3rd, we're in Caledon, BC at Black Market. So yes, another BC on Ontario matchup. You got it, Mike.
Yeah, so we got Pearl Morissette, Oxyde Riesling versus Time Family Wine, Time 2018. So 10.5% versus 12. So 12% alcohol on the BC one. Not sure where the grapes are sourced. I'm fairly sure that the Time's fruits are sourced from the south of the Okanagan. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly.
No, we're not sure. Let's not guess.
Yeah.
I can
big difference in color though. See the Oxyde versus the Time.
Oh yeah, look at that. One's more.
Yeah, big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Big difference on the nose as well. So are you emptying your glasses? I'm coming
I am coming over. I'm seeing, is it the 2017 or 18 that we have?
Both 18. Both 18.
Okay. Because the 17 won a pretty massive award for them. Top Riesling kind of award. So let's take a look here. If they tell us on their website where the vineyard's from. So the 18 also won gold in their category in some different competitions. So, oh no, it won silver for the Lieutenant Governor's Award. That's what it did. And top wine at 2018 Cornucopia. Top white wine.
So Cornucopia, it's that crazy gathering that they do at Chateau Whistler. In Whistler every year, big wine conference. This year team was Chardonnay. And they choose a grape varietal every year. So
fascinating. That's great. Well, I'm heading over to you, my dear. We'll see you in a second. Oh, Kelly's saying, oh, bless you.
Ah.
A big Pearl Morissette fan since the tasting. Yes, we are too. And everything they do is phenomenal. The Oxyde, we had it before, the Oxyde, beautiful. Except, of course, I've had the big brother, which is the Black Ball Riesling. And that is just unforgettably awesome too. So I'm heading over to see you, Carl Boucher. Woo!
Yeah, the Oxyde has a complexity that I don't get in a lot of wine. These flavors are not for everybody. There's a little bit of whetstone in there. There's some flint. There's some apricot, definitely tangerine or orange peel. There's some kind of a chamomile tea as well. There is an extreme complexity in that wine. But before that I go too far, I am gonna tell you my scores on the Suan. So we just tasted 3 Suan staff. We tasted the 2011 Riesling Roberts Block, the 2019 Roberts Block, and the 2008 semi-dry. So the Roberts Block 19, I give it a 92 points for its purity. It's pure. It's Riesling in the nutshell. It's Niagara Riesling. It's a little baby, but it shows its authenticity. It shows terroir. It shows minerality, lemon, green apple. So to me, it's precise, it's linear, it's young, and it's good. I now gave 94 points, my highest score of the night so far, to the 08 semi-dry. I'm not at all a guy where the big sweetness attract my attention and brings a lot of, let's say, compliment with big, heavy, sweet stuff. That semi-dry shows in my mouth almost dry. It aged gracefully. It aged beautifully. There are a good progression of original flavors, of transition, of next step, of like the whole snowball effect of aging. It's just I can see Suan's story in progression right in front of me. It's just absolutely spectacular. That little brioche, like she was mentioning, the biscuit, yeah, just like beautiful. There's a little bit of caramel where we feel the aging, but the bright acidity is still shining through. So very, 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 very much enjoyable. I had so much fun tasting that. And the 2011 Roberts Block being tasted side by side with the 19. So I'm seeing the two version here. I gave it a 92 plus point. She is the Riesling's girl. She is the Riesling girl of Niagara. And it shows in what we got. Sue-Ann, we love you. We love what you're doing. That's amazing. Kudos to you. Wow, what a great experience right there. So 94 points for the 2008 semi-dry, 92 plus points for the 2011. I'm excited to see the 2011 in a couple more years because it's just starting to graduate. It's just starting to its evolution. So really, really cool. Okay, so that's for the Sue-Ann stuff. Thanks again for spending time with us. Fantastic. Now, Pearl Morissette, the Oxyde 2018 in times. Just had a sip of the Pearl Morissette. Like I mentioned, it's complexity. There's so much going on, but it's not choppy. It's not segmented. It's all together. So yeah. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna have another try at it in a few minutes. Now we're gonna give it a try to his BC version, not the BC version, but his BC counterpart, 2018 time. Very Alsatian. Oh, that is pleasant. It's really elegant. That's.
You just tried it. You said very Alsatian, as if I know what the heck that means. What the heck does that mean?
The region of Alsace in France.
Ah, okay.
So I think time shows some Alsatian flavor, like the style.
Same style. Okay,
Same
and what does
style.
that mean?
That means texturally, this is like thicker texture. There's nice sweetness starting up in the front, but developing into more tea, baking, also minerality, lots of nice minerality, complementing at the end, finishing up with a nice crunch of acidity. So that's, to me, that's the kind of Alsatian
beauty. Alsatian beauty. I like it.
We have one sitting in the fridge right now.
See if I can get this pouring right. There's no bubbles for me to kill this time. Earlier, I tried to pour some bubbles, and he's like, "Don't kill the bubbles."
Yeah, I did.
There. Was that a good pour?
That's time, huh? Yeah.
So this is the time. Okay, and we got the Oxyde right here from my favorite Pearl Morissette. Whoop. All right. Sorry about that. I have only poured my own wine about 3 times in my life. I'm married to this one, so
yeah. I guess I'm on duty all 24/7. It's easy. The golden one is the Oxyde, Mira. Okay, so yeah, that's where we're at now. We're at least almost halfway there. No, we are past halfway the lineup now that we're done.
So, Carl Boucher, you realize that you don't have to tell me the golden one is the Oxyde, because I can tell just from smelling it. If you blindfolded me right now, Pearl Morissette does their wine naturally with a lot of wild ferment, all wild ferment, I think. And I can now tell when a wine has wild ferment in it because of Pearl Morissette, because it's so freaking good and unforgettable. Oh yeah, instantly you know this is Pearl Morissette wild ferment. It's unmistakable. You try Pearl Morissette wines a couple times and you will know what wild ferment is like. It is crazy.
You
Kelly
know
says
what just
I asked the
happened?
right questions. Thank you.
I just spit in my soy sauce.
Ow! See, this happens about twice a week here. He either spits in his coffee
God,
or he spits in his soy sauce. The soy sauce actually is a new one, Carl. This one's a new one for you. Calice, he says. Yeah. Because he spits in a mug. See, maybe we need to get you something else, like not a mug to spit in. Yeah. Very often he'll like make himself a nice mug, coffee, you know, put a little cream, a little sugar in there, stir it up, have a sip. Oh, that's great. He starts tasting wines. This is like 5 or 6 in the morning sometimes, right? Because that's what we do. And then I hear a big Calice, and I know he spat in his coffee. Or you were done with that soy sauce. You know that was the last bit of soy sauce we had in the house, right?
I know, and I had the perfect amount of wasabi on it. It was just absolutely perfect. I enjoyed every single bite of my sushi.
Well, hey, it's your spit, so there's nothing saying you can't keep dipping your sushi in. It'll be like Riesling flavored soy sauce.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm just lining up the second half here.
Yeah. Elaine saying Alsace has been German, French, and Swiss. 3 generations born in the same house that were 3 different nationalities. Very special little wine region, that's for sure. Fabulous. Hey, you know what? I have something for you guys here. I have a draw here for our second Enovino of the night. We gave our first one to John Lewis for telling us why the Enovino bottles are shaped the way they are, and it was pure.
Not the Enovino bottle, the Riesling bottle.
The Riesling bottles. Shoot. This is the part where it gets wacky. Carl spits in his soy sauce. I start saying funny things. Yeah. Kelly, what are you saying here? Wendy, you must be related. I'm wondering if Sue-Ann started making wine when she was 12 because she looks like she's in her 20s. It's true. Sue-Ann is very, very young. She's the youngest winemaker in Canada. How could she have a 2008 wine? I know, right? I know. She's just so skilled and so awesome. So good. So let's see here. Who wins our Enovino next here? So one quick second here. I have to do a tricky thing here. Share my, here we go. Boom. So all y'all who left a comment, you're all entered to win an Enovino, which is a wine aerator that we love. It's worth $35. We sell it through Carl's Wine Club. If you go to our, if you go to carlseller.com, you'll see it there for $35, including shipping. And the best part of it is that it was designed by Marcel Morgenstern at Bellaterra Vineyards, and he did a really freaking good job. So it is a very durable aerator, and it replaces, quite honestly, it replaces our almost $400 decanter almost every time that we need to decant a wine. So it's very rare now that we actually decant a wine. We use that Enovino aerator because it has a very similar effect. And you don't have to pour out your whole bottle and then pour it back in and maybe not be able to taste it the second day, which we sometimes really like doing, tasting the wines the second day. So let's see who wins the Enovino for tonight. Oh, John, you're lucky night.
Come on, spin again. Spin again.
John won one tonight already because he told us why the Riesling
That's
bottle.
why. Let's spin it again.
We're spinning again, John. I'm sorry. We'll send you one for sure. But the second one is going to go to John again. Oh, my God. But I just removed John, so that's not possible. How is this possible? Let's do it again. John, we owe you a lot of Enovinos now. Holy cow.
Daryl.
Yeah, Daryl. Awesome, Daryl. Enovino for you. Congratulations. Thank you for being such an amazing supporter of Carl's Wine Club. We really appreciate that. What a night. It got really wacky around here, didn't it, Carl? You spitting in the soy sauce.
Yeah. And it's funny because
John, I think John needs to go buy a lottery ticket right now.
So that's funny because the Oxyde has a little bit of soy sauce aromas. I'm smelling. It does. It does. I almost mentioned it before. And when I spit in my soy sauce, you know, when your spit goes in it, like the aroma is starting to come out. I'm like,
yeah.
Huh? And like I looked at my cup, my soy sauce cup, and I had my glass here. I'm like, oh, that was weird. That was weird. So yeah.
I see what you're saying about the soy sauce.
Yeah. There's a little soy umami, like the umami type of thing. So yeah. So let's get back to these two wines because yeah, definitely like the wild ferment here is like
it's always special.
Like
there is this complexity that you get all over your tongue, and this length that you get that Pearl Morissette nails on every wine we've tried from them. I'm just going to look at price points. So the Time Riesling, $25 for plus tax, I think, for the 18. I'm sure they're onto a newer vintage now, and it's probably costing a little bit more, but the 18 was 25. And then the Oxyde, let's see here. Do we have a price for the Oxyde?
Yeah, $25 for the Oxyde.
Oh, really? Okay, fabulous.
Yeah.
So the Time is a little bit more because Time is plus tax. BC's almost always plus.
There's more length in the Oxyde. There's more complexity. I give it a 92 points for that Oxyde. There's a little bit of that soy, that orange, the blood orange, that little bit of a zesty lime, but there's apricot. There's tremendous texture as well, and to me it's the complexity, like the nice flow of all of these flavor all together, and there's a little caramel note surrounding the whole thing with a bright acidity going through that. And Time is very pleasant as well. I'm on a 90 points with Time. 90, it's very pleasant. That's that Alsatian flavor profile that I really enjoy. A little bit of sweetness. The residual sugar shows up at the beginning. Obviously, it's not sweet, but there's I can tell it's maybe like something like 14 gram, 15 gram of residual sugar. Very, very, very well supported by that backbone of Okanagan acidity.
Yeah, and the Oxyde is actually not available right now. I think that Michelle's saying is 33. It could be. It could have changed over time. We're not sure. Yeah, and Kelly has a great point about the wild ferment. More interesting after you let it sit and breathe longer. More flavors come out.
Oh, absolutely.
I surprised her, assuming it's the same. So yeah, absolutely.
You know what? But the Time's at 91. No. Yeah, 91. I really like the length of the Time. It's really, really enjoyable.
Yeah, they're both really good. And it's interesting because here we're basically like at the Olympics of wines. Like there is not one wine we've had tonight, Carl, where we were like, oh, these are all like phenomenal wines.
Oh, like, absolutely. But that's like something that we do, though. I'm not requesting Rieslings for monkeys, like from monkeys, right? I know with the people I reach out to, I know they're all top Riesling producer. Like, how did I came up with the idea of going to see Foreshadow? It's because I read that they were supplying the grape for Synchromage. All of these connections, all of these connections lead me to approach very specific category of winery, because we want to show the world what we do best. I don't like we're not in the business of showcasing what we don't do good. So there's plenty of crap out there. We'll leave it for other people. Carl's Wine Club members deserve the best, right? So, okay, let's go. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
So Mike has a good point. Cave Spring, is that the one that got stuck in transit, Carl? Or
Yes. So Cave Spring, I have a box of Cave Spring on the way, didn't make it. So it was supposed to be part of the lineup. It got delayed in transit, and unfortunately, it's not here tonight.
We will taste it for a Wine Wednesday very soon, Mike. So that's a really good point. They won the Canadian champion, the top Riesling, I think. So yeah.
So one of the club's favorite last year was Upper Bench. Upper Bench 2020 was named Wine of the Year in British Columbia by the was it the Lieutenant Governor? Anyway, so I think it's at the BC Wine Championship was Wine of the Year. Anyway, so this is the 2021. Gavin bottled the 2021 last week, and he called me up, said, "Come and pick up one. I want you to put that in your Riesling marathon." So yeah. I have the brand new Upper Bench from the Naramata Bench.
Okay, so it was the 19 Riesling that got Wine of the Year.
Not. It was the 19.
It was just not White Wine of the Year, not Riesling of the Year.
Wine of the Year.
Wine of the Year at the 2020 Lieutenant Governor's Wine Awards for BC.
Okay. And I am pairing that with an Ontario wine.
Oh, Tawes.
So we're gonna do Tawes. So yeah, there's no point to get emotional about it, but yeah, very special wine.
Very special wine, because we had featured the winemaker's wife's winery.
The week of the tragedy, we were.
The week before the very, very sad event that the winemaker at Tawes.
The week of.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, that's right. The week of. So we actually interviewed her on Tuesday, and sadly, Paul Pender, the winemaker at Tawes, passed away on early Thursday. On the Friday morning. Yeah, and it was a really tragic circumstance, a murder in Niagara, and it's very, very sad. And we're so sad for all those who are grieving right now.
So this is one of the Paul's wines. So Paul, bless your soul. God bless. Yeah. Anyway, 2019 Curly's Block. 2019 Curly's Blocks from Tawes Winery. Tawes, one of the top leading wineries in Niagara, producing some fantastic Chardonnays and also Riesling. So we have the Carly's Block as part of the home vineyard versus the 2021. So we have two different vintages, but still cross country. On the nose, they are so very different.
And what's the other one that you're trying right now?
Upper Bench.
Right, Upper Bench. Okay.
Yeah, Upper Bench is like a lot of exotic fruit on the nose. Very surprising. The last couple of vintage, it was like zippy, lemony, lemon across the board in the last two vintages. And now I have more exotic fruit. I got like it's more on melon, cantaloupe, something that I'm not used to smell for Riesling. Yeah, really tropical nose. It can be like almost like Australian Riesling from Margaret River or something. stylistically very different than what I've tasted before. The couple previous Riesling. Really good though. Really, really. Oh, like that a lot.
All right, I'm coming over. Stop it.
Yeah, that's more on tropical. Like if like most of the other, let's say like we're talking green apple, lemon, lime zest. This is more on tangerine, even like mango or peach. Like very, very like much more tropical than pretty much everything else. I get that kind of tropical when there's a little bit of wild ferment, let's say, but this is wow, this is good. Really, really, really good. Naramata Bench, 100% estate fruit. This is 8.5 gram of residual sugar, so not sweet, just tropical. Much more tropical than the usual. And here I have more of the classic here. This is much more classic. On the nose, I can connect with the Megalomaniac. I can connect a little bit more like the, what else? It reminds me. Yeah, maybe more like the Roberts Block. Yeah, much more classic here. Mm. Whoa, there's a nice concentration. The flavors are very concentrated. Cordial lime, you know, like that cordial, that the lime juice that you put if you make cocktail. That's like cordial lime. There's that green apple. Definitely, there's like, oh, this is a good Riesling. Ooh, that's that there's a little bit of peach at the end, completely at the end. That peach tea, you know, the you know, the tea. Wow. Okay. I really enjoy that. There's a good length too. And again, concentration, it's very, and oh, this is completely the opposite. So what a great experience here. This is like, I can't get two Riesling as different as they are here. Upper bench, oh here, upper bench from the Naramata Bench, Taws from Niagara, Vineland actually. These two are fantastic Riesling. These two are clashing in style. These two are like drastically, stylistically different, but like so good. Both of them. I like that stony minerality. Who brings a nice, it's not a tannin, but it's a typical like that's a classic effect of Riesling in my mouth. More of that lime zest, the peel, but the flavors are more tropical fruit. But there's that rugged, the rugged feeling in my mouth. This is not creamy. This is not. No, this is more, a little bit more austere. But it's totally expected. It's just been bottled. But I appreciate that austerity, especially in Riesling. To me, that rugged feeling is like brings one style of the Riesling that I really enjoy. It screams minerality. and when I know the site where the grapes are coming from, it completely makes sense. So I really, really enjoy Upper Bench Riesling right now. So, these two are pretty darn good. And here it's length and concentration and citrus and green apple. Yeah, we're looking at at some 93 pointers here, I believe. Yeah, I do believe. Yeah. Yeah. 93. Upper Bench, 93. Both are equally fantastic, but very, very stylistically, very, very different. Wow, I'm pretty impressed. I'm blown away. Okay, so here, a little bit more. It's almost baked apple, and there's a spice at the end that comes out with the. Very interesting. I can't wait to talk with Gavin, just because stylistically it's changing. It's probably because they go with what Mother Nature gives them, and I know that 2021 was very wacky in terms of season. So, wow, cool! I love that. Let's go to other different wines. Let's get 2 BC wines here, okay? Oh, you missed that one.
No, that's okay.
Let's get to you.
Very good.
No, because they are pretty special.
Are they? Okay.
So Upper Bench.
Just a tad. Smidge.
And pause.
Perfect.
Okay? And I'm going to move to 2.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah. The more classic nose is the pause, and the tropical nose is the Upper Bench.
Wow.
Okay? Let's move on. I'll go 2 of the Okanagan. Now let's do Kronos and Fitzpatrick. Okay, Fitzpatrick, one of the iconic winery here in the Okanagan in Summerland, home by the Fitzpatrick family for a very long period of time. They have a very gorgeous vineyard right on the Okanagan Lake. On your way, when you just you're passing Peachland on your way to Summerland, then it's a glorious, glorious spot. Greta's Ranch, it's called, where the farm is. So this wine, it's called the Lookout. It's the 2020 vintage, and we'll pair this one with Kronos, one of the brand of Times family of wine, located in Penticton. Good friend of Carl's Wine Club. These guys are awesome to deal with. And Kronos was a brand in 2000, but they just revived it, restarted that label for the first year last year. So this is the 2022 both of them are 2020 vintage.
I don't think I have a picture of the other one. It's a Fitzpatrick, right?
Fitzpatrick, the Lookout. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have that one.
That Kronos as to me, that's the classic Okanagan Riesling nose. As much as the Tawes and the Megalomaniac were much more of that classic Niagara Riesling nose, the Kronos to me is a little bit more of the Okanagan nose. I got the same kind of nose in the Foreshadow. Yeah. Not as much of the lemon, lime, or green apple. It's a little different on the nose. little bit more. But you don't have these wines though.
I know.
You have a very classic,
Yeah. And
Niagara with the tawse, and you have the upper bench is really changed a lot. The upper bench is more on tropical.
wow. Oh, such different wines, aren't they? This is how, I used to be. So when I started drinking wine, it was the start of the pandemic, because before that I was either pregnant or breastfeeding for 10 years. And so I didn't really drink wine or any alcohol. We started drinking wine during the pandemic. And at first, I get what people say when they say, oh, wine is wine, right? A lot of wines tasted the same to me. But now when I taste them side by side, this is the way to do it. If you want to see the difference in wines, I'm like, how can it be so different? Sometimes it's just two different vineyards across the street from each other, and they are so different. So that's why I've fallen in love with wine, because I realize it's so much about the place, but not just the place in general. Like that specific dirt of that specific vineyard in that specific place on earth. Galileo said, what did he say? Wine is sunshine in a bottle.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so I'm getting like two very different wines again here. The Fitzpatrick is probably one of the most mineral, like the most stony minerality, flinty minerality of all, with ginger. It's a crunchy wine, bright, with minerality and ginger. Like there's none of that style. They're not, and it's $19, like really, really, really well priced. For that, I give it a 91 points because of the price point and his own style. I'm really pleased with Fitzpatrick. That pleasant nose, like a little peach on the nose.
Kelly has a great point about terroir. It is the place, but totally the winemaker and the whole team. We had Sandra Oldfield on here. She's a legend of Okanagan winemaking, and she emphasized it's about the team, everybody on the team, and it's so true. It's about community.
It's about community. It's about the team, because like Sandra mentioned one time, you don't make a wine on your own. It's not your wine. It cannot be your wine, even if like there's always someone who helps picking, trimming the vines, pruning, or whatever it can be. You don't do that on your own. So I'm pleased with that Fitzpatrick. It's my second experience with Fitzpatrick wines, and for that price, this is fantastic. It's crunchy, it's bright, it's fresh. You know, like I just
plus tax, $18.50, so about a $20 wine, right, with tax.
Yeah, it's awesome. I really enjoy that. And the Kronos is more Okanagan classic. There's some peach in there. There's some yellow apple. This is it's a 90 point. To me, why I'm not as high on the Kronos is the $29. Like, because I'm tasting it versus a $18.50, like a $19 wine. And the Kronos is great in the sense that there's a beautiful texture. I'm seeing some, like, a little bit like, let's say, orange, a little bit more on the orange side, ripe orange, blood orange, but also at the end there's the peel who comes up. And to me, it's classic Riesling when you have that bright fruit, but it turns into a citrus peel at the end. Like the Riesling does that. And I enjoy that a lot. And you have it with ripe fruit with Kronos, but has the same peel that orange peel effect right at the end. It's not citrus, it's more on the orange side, but classic. $29, a little bit more on the pricey side. But a really beautiful nose, though. Soft on the nose, a little bit more peach on the nose. So Kronos is more on ripe fruit. I will call it more of a Okanagan classic. And the Fitzpatrick is more of minerality, crunchiness, zippy, gingery. There's some spice. So like a little bit more unique on its style there.
Amazing.
Kronos is very soft. Really, really soft mouthfeel. Yeah, there's also a zing, like the acidity. We're drinking Riesling here tonight, so like out of these wines has a bright acidity. It's the component of the grape. The acidity is managed differently from a region to another, depending on which soil that you're sitting on. So all of these wine shows are showing differently, but there's a common theme in there. It's bright acidity. So yeah, there you go.
Brilliant, Carl.
Let's do. Okay.
Hey, I'm curious. So I'm curious what we're going to taste next. But also, who's next coming up? Because we have Max Legris from Lunescence stopping by, and we have someone else.
Melissa from Intersection. Intersection, we're going to do 2 vintages side by side, 16 and 17. So 16, who was the last vintage of the old team, and 17 is Melissa's first vintage at the helm of the winemaking, so it's pretty cool. And 16 was the very classic style of the South Okanagan. So yeah, Melissa's gonna come by around 7:30 or 8. I was expecting Max a little earlier than that, but anyway, we'll take him when he's there. I have maybe Alan from Synchromesh who might stop by at some point. If he does,
awesome.
Well, yeah. So now let's do another same vintage cross country. Okay, we have another Riesling from Bellaterra, and we have Mayhem from Okanagan Falls. So we have Niagara on the Lake versus Okanagan Falls. Big fan of Mayhem here. So Meyer family wine. Meyer Jack, who's produced some of the top Chard and Pinot Noir in Canada. His sister started Mayhem. So now it's a family affair. You have Meyer and Mayhem. Mayhem are building their new tasting room on site as we speak. Fantastic team. And this is their 2020 Riesling. This, we're looking at like 6 grams of residual sugar from for Mayhem. Pretty much the same with Bellaterra. So let's see what each region has to offer in terms of style. Stylistically, what's the difference?
You'll be right over. Elaine says she loves it when you describe yellow apple versus red apple. And, you know, at first I was like, oh, come on, can you really tell? But it's true. There are some wines that are like this tart apple, other wines that are more like a sweeter apple. It's really interesting. What was that? Carl.
Ooh.
I like when you make sounds.
I had Mayhem as a really classic nose. Mayhem just like exude out of the glass, like really, really expressive.
Nice. I'm coming over there. I need to try some of these.
Zippy, zingy, lemony. It's like an unsweetened lemonade here. But there's that a little bit of flinty minerality as well. There's maybe a little bit of jasmine in the back end, a little bit of flower. Very, very small production here. It's 175 cases with Mayhem. Small crop in 2020, and also is 2021. So, but fresh, bright. This is one thing that I have to take from that wine. From delicious, also fresh and bright. Really, really bright citrus fruit.
Hello, hello.
So,
A little more
Mayhem
sushi. All right.
Bellaterra.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's give a try to Bellaterra here. That's funny sometimes, eh? Sometimes I describe that Ontario classic nose like I did with Tawes and Megalomaniac and all of that, and that there's a little bit more that Okanagan classic nose with the Chronos and Foreshadow. And now I have both of these wines here. And if you blind taste me on that, on the nose, I will have called Mayhem Ontario wine, because Mayhem has a little bit more of that other of the Ontario nose, and the Bellaterra from Niagara, from Niagara on the Lake, I would have called maybe a little bit more of the Okanagan nose. So that's kind of funny sometimes how you generalize and you categorize some aromas and flavors into some boxes, and it's completely like sometimes things come like completely different. But yeah, here in the Bellaterra, I got a little bit more peach in there. It's more on orchard. I would say like it's like the Chronos, brother. Let's see here about price point. Holy cow, $16. Okay. Best value wine of the night. Best showing, best QPR. Wow. Okay, it doesn't have an extreme length, but wow, from what it gives you on the front palate, for the freshness, the brightness, for $16, give me that every day on the patio. This is a patio pounder. Bright, dry, approachable, nice peach orchard. $16 tax in. Are you kidding me?
This is
a beauty.
Are you talking the Bellaterra? What are you talking about?
Yeah. $16. Are you kidding me?
I don't see any wines for $16. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
No, you can't see it for 16 because it's $15.95.
Yeah, it's $15.95. What? I think that is our least expensive one. Oh no,
Can
there's
you please
one other
double
one.
check? Can you please double check? Maybe Mihai had
Maybe made a mistake. Let's see here. The Bellaterra Riesling. Okay, one sec here. It's this one, right? This bad boy.
But Mayhem is still a very good value as well at $21 plus tax of 23 something.
Okay, so it's normally $17.95, but it is on sale right now for $15.95.
This is killer for that price. This is absolutely killer for that price.
That's ridiculous. Maybe we need a case of it, Carl. Oh wow.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pleasant. It's fresh. It's bright. There's that a little bit of citrus, but lots of orchard fruit in there.
Mhm.
There's not a ton of complexity, but
It's really
there,
enjoyable.
yeah. For $16, are you kidding me? For sure.
Yeah, for $16, including tax. Holy cow.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Value wine of the day right here.
You bet.
Right here. Top value.
Mm.
91 points. I can't give too much more because like there's not a crazy complexity here. But at least like for the price, 91 plus.
Great value for that price. Fantastic.
And for the as per the man, more classic. I got a little bit more of that lemon zest. Green apple for sure. Even a little bit of ginger in the mid palate.
This bad boy here. This one.
Mm-hmm. Dry, zingy, zippy.
Mm.
It's Granny Smith apple.
Oh yeah.
Plus lime plus citrus.
Man, how you get them bang on. I would have to think forever to come up with lime, but it's exactly what it is in the middle.
Oh, it is. It is like the fresh squeezed lime.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Yeah. This is a 91. This is a
very distinct from lemon. It's totally lime. You're
oh,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is another 91 point. Very, very enjoyable.
Wow.
And another good wine from Mayhem is their Sauv Blanc.
Yeah.
We tasted with our friend Karen and Jan at I think it was a Super Bowl day when we went over there. We tasted I can't remember how many wines that day, but and Mayhem Sauvignon Blanc was one of my star of the day. So, but that Riesling, bang on, enjoying it. Bella Terra, value wine of the day right here. Right here.
Wow.
And that, okay. Here. I'm gonna go take the intersection out of the fridge.
Oh yeah. Intersection, baby. So we've got two intersections. So the 16 intersection is when we first realized and fell in love with the intersection Rieslings.
Yep, absolutely.
It's a great value. I think let's see here for price wise. The 16, $21, I think. 17 as well. So fantastic value. And when we first tasted that 16, we were like, wow, this is great QPR, quality to price ratio. And then they recently had the 16 sell out, of course, as they do, the good ones, and the 17 is out now. But the winery was nice enough to give us both so we can compare.
Oh, I tasted the 16 and the 17. I prefer the 17 personally. And I mentioned last year, I tasted it last year, the 17. Mm-hmm. And so the intersection 2017 was my favorite BC Riesling last year. It was my second Riesling overall after the 2018 Suan Roberts blog. So tonight we have in the lineup my top two Rieslings from last year.
Wow.
So
hey, I have a question because we probably want to taste the intersections when Melissa, the winemaker.
Oh yeah. I'm going to do Moraine now.
Moraine, and
we
I also
two vintages of Moraine. We have 2021 and 2020, both reserved.
Awesome. I also wanted to see if we can taste one of the international ones too, or a pair of international ones.
Oh yeah, I bought some international wines.
We have 3 international wines. This is me pushing Carl. Carl spent 25 years tasting international wines, collecting international wines for collectors. So Carl knows all about the international wines. I don't, right? I started tasting wine in the pandemic. I don't know that much about wine. And so I said, Carl, I just want to know. I just want to see what the international one is like, just to know. So that's why we have 3 internationals here as well. So we've got the Moraine wine. So let me see here. Moraine Riesling 2020.
And Moraine Riesling 2021. Both, no, the reserve.
Okay. So they're both 2020s. We've got the 2020.
No, I have 2020 and 2021 reserve.
Oh, the 2021 reserve. Okay, perfect.
2021 reserve have not hit the market yet.
Wow, that's awesome.
No, it's something that is just sitting in the basement at the winery. It bottled a couple weeks ago. They're not going to release that for a while.
Special. That is awesome.
And I was into. It's always intriguing talking with Amber Pratt, the winemaker, and Oleg. Oleg is a man of few words, but it's such a great complement of two personality. Amber's is just like she loves to talk about the wine and she's proud of what she's doing. And the 2021, it's her, like, this is her baby. So she bottled it, and so she's really proud of it. So let's give it a try. I will start with the 2020. I just want to see the difference in style.
Yeah.
Spicy. Red apple, ginger, and spice. Slight residual sugar, but not so much. I don't have numbers here, but I would say 6 to 9 grams at the most for the 2020 reserve. For the 2021, it's much more apricot, peach. There's almost a little bit of botrytis in there, like a little bit more sweetness.
Botrytis, for those that don't know, is when the grapes get this certain kind of, what is it, like a fungus, right, Carl?
Yep, the fungus, exactly. So when you go to the like when you do ice wine, or when you have healthy botrytis, that's what makes that mushroomy smell and flavors, and that translate to that pure sweetness, not that candy, cotton candy sweetness. That pure increases the sugar in the fruit. So
it's a good thing in moderation, like most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a really good thing in moderation. We know this because we got to harvest some grapes this last harvest season at Black Market Wine Co. in Caledon, BC. And we got to see, and you really have to sort and make sure. I think it's no more than 10% of the cluster of grapes can have 10 or 20%, right, Carl? Or was it?
Yeah, it depends. It depends which kind of style of wine you want.
30%. But yeah, at the particular one we were doing, it was like no more than 20% or something. So you had to really kind of estimate and then throw out the ones that had too much, because if it's too much, you don't get the right kind of effect, right kind of style that you're looking for. So what you got there? You got the 2020 Riesling or the 21 Reserve?
I'm on the 2020 Reserve, and that 2020 Reserve really speaks to me.
2020 Reserve or 21 Reserve?
The 2020.
Oh, so it's the 2020 Reserve and the 21 regular.
No, 2020, both Reserve, 2020 and 2021.
Oh, okay.
That's why I do it. I did it that way. I wanted to taste the Reserve, and I wanted to taste the true vintage to see the difference. And it makes sense that the 2021 is more is more has more sugar in there. It's a little bit more sweet because of the growing season. That the heat early on brought the sugar level and the ripeness quickly high up. So they had to manage, they had to fight to not have too much sugar in their grape early on and to bring the fruit to proper ripeness. So 2021 was extremely challenging, and you see in aromatic white more sugar across the board because of the vintage. 2020 was a much more balanced. Even if it was a warm vintage, it was much more balanced, and it was easier to preserve the acidity and not having like the high sugar early in the season. So personally, right now, 2020 Reserve speaks to me at a like very much. I extremely enjoy this complexity. This is the spiciest wine that I've tasted all day. There's spice in there. It is lots of fun, lots of minerality, lots of tasted all day. Oh, I got some back.
Sorry, that's me.
Okay. So yeah, in terms of score,
Tough call.
and there's one thing in terms of 2021 vintage that I noticed when I tasted Moraine in our pack, that's what we've done earlier, especially in the Gewürztraminer and the Pinot Gris, it's the concentration of flavor. These wines are very concentrated in terms of flavor, like precise peach. This is a very good wine. This is very defined. And a little bit on the peach side as well. And I got like maybe like at the end, that lime peel, maybe more mare lemon, but like more on the peach side, especially on the nose. So let me go with 90 points with the 2021. Okay, here. So I have 2020 Reserve, and I will do 2021 Reserve 90. And yeah, that 2020.
Out east, the 2020 vintage was the vintage of the century, and it was pretty stellar out west too for Moraine, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The bench has a really good vintage in 2020. Yeah, there's an avalanche of spice in that wine. 92 points for the 2020 Reserve. Yeah.
Nice.
So Kelly, for the Bella Terra, I give it a 91 plus, and value wine of the day. No brainer, best value across the board. Like not even close in terms of value.
Yeah,
okay.
And it's on sale right now, Kelly. It's $15.95, normally $17.95. So that's part of why it was the value wine of the day. The least expensive one we tasted all day, and very well done.
Now,
what are you off to there, Carl Boucher? What are you doing?
Here, sorry. Whew, taking a break.
I know. I was going to say, I've been to the bathroom like 3 times. Don't you need to go? And there's a ramen soup for you, a spicy ramen.
We'll do that after.
Later? Yeah. Okay.
Because I think it might be time.
For the Synchromesh?
And the Martin's Lane.
Oh my goodness. And then we'll have Melissa on and we'll talk about intersection.
So
Which one is that one? Oh, that's Martin's Lane, because Martin's Lane has glass stoppers instead of cork or what have you. Look at that. Woo, swanky.
So that's how you open this bottle. Push. And that's the cork.
Wow. Fancy.
So look.
So I think we just went from tasting the least expensive bottle of the night at $15.95, including tax, to probably the most expensive. What is this at?
No, the most, yeah, it's the Synchromesh is the most expensive.
Yeah, this one is right up there though. Like with tax, it's probably on par with the Synchromesh.
But these are the two most expensive.
Yeah.
So bring your butt here.
Oh, I will. You don't have to say that twice.
So a couple years ago, not last year, but the year before, I had Martin's Lane Fritzy's Vineyard Riesling 2017 vintage was my number 3 or my number 4 wine of the year. Big fan of their Riesling. Big fan of their Riesling. I've been hearing for years now about Synchromesh. Oh, it's almost cult wine in BC. You can never get your hands on their wine. They're always sold out. So we took it upon ourselves to go there this week, Mira and I, and we drove in Okanagan Falls all the way at the top on their property, and we met with Alan, the owner. Really cool guy, and yeah, we got a bottle of their Gibson's Block. Gibson's Block 3 of their wine. So now these are up there in price. These are $50 bottles, but very, very precise. Like this is a single vineyard, single block type of wine. So I'm really intrigued with that. And Martin's Lane, it's cream of the crop of Canadian Riesling. So here we go. Mira, you got Synchromesh here on the left.
Woohoo!
And we got Martin's Lane here.
Woohoo!
On the right.
And Melissa, I see you. We'll bring you on in just a sec.
Oh,
what?
Okay, yeah.
You don't remember which one you poured with?
No, it's totally fine because I'll do Melissa. Melissa's here, so I should. Anyway, Melissa, I'm with you right in a second. There you go. Let me just have a quick sip here on Synchromesh and Martin's Lane.
Oh
There's
my
much
gosh.
more.
The
much
noses
more.
on both of these are so much more muted.
Yeah.
They're probably the kind of wines you need to let sit for a while, don't you?
Yeah, probably. There's more orchard fruit in the Martin's Lane, definitely. There's that flint, that rocky.
Which one you got there first? You got the Synchromesh?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We have never tried the Synchromesh wines yet, so we're very excited about this.
Okay. Wow. Extremely concentrated. A little bit more sweetness here. At least 15, 16 grams. I'm not sure. I have no tech sheet, but definitely I'm more on dry fruit here. Like there's that salinity as well that I perceive. Salty, dry fruit, tropical as well. There's some pineapple, but really expressive. Barely nothing on the nose so far, but on the palate, boom, right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Really expressive on tropical fruit. Like I said, I get like grilled pineapple. I got maybe mango.
And it comes out of nowhere because the nose is still kind of muted right now. It probably needs more time. But whoa, when we get into our artistic dance, Carl, of what the shape of the wine is like, this one is like super precise. Like, because sometimes we make, the shape of the wine, right? Some wines are like, some wines are like, some wines are, so this is like pinpointed, like so precise.
And the Martin's Lane is all about minerality. All about there's lime, there's citrus, but there's a lot of minerality, a lot of mouthfeel, lots of dirt. The fruit are a little bit tame right now. I want this wine to sit a little bit because that's the only one that I didn't open because it was the glass cap. And anyway, so this one hasn't breathed at all so far. I want to give it some time. I'm going to revisit these two wines after I spoke with Melissa. How about that?
Yeah, and tomorrow. These are... Yeah, they need some time to open up, but they seem spectacular. Very exciting.
Yeah.
So we were down picking up Rieslings for Riesling. Well, actually, we were down picking up Syrahs for Syrah Day a month ago. And because we're in that area, we stopped by one of our very favorite wineries, Intersection. It's a club favorite. We just love everything that Melissa Smits does down at Intersection Winery. And so we stopped by and what were they doing, Carl? They were like
they were filtering.
Yeah, so we got like tank samples while we were there. It was absolutely amazing. They don't make Syrah, but we got to pick up a couple of their Rieslings, which we've fallen in love with, the 16 and 17 here tonight. So we get to taste them side by side. 16 was before Melissa, or Melissa joined right around then. And then the 17 was more Melissa's era. So good to have you on, Melissa. Mel.
There you go. She's in the house. How are you doing?
What's your cat's name? What's your cat's name?
This is Jack. It's short for Jackpot.
Jack. Hey, Jackpot. That's awesome.
Yeah. It was a free cat. His sister's lurking over there somewhere. And also at some point, my vacuum cleaner is going to bump by because it's trying to find the base because it just finished cleaning. So sorry about the noise.
Oh, we can't hear it. It's all good. It's on the other side of the microphone. We can't hear it.
Yeah. It also hasn't found its way into the dining room yet.
Oh, there you go. The cat will love
that.
Mira, how about you make your way this way so I can pour Melissa's wine?
I cannot wait.
So we can compare. We can do the classic side by side between these two beauties, because a couple years ago, I went with the first time I tasted some of the Intersection White. It was the 16 Riesling. I quite enjoyed it. And shortly after, the 17 was available and I got a taste of it and I fell in love. And I was like, yeah, that's my style. That was last year, my second Canadian Riesling. Top BC Riesling on my list was the 2017 Intersection. So now tonight, for the first time, I have the chance to do side-by-side between these two vintage. And I think from the nose, from the color, stylistically very different. So Melissa, good evening. Thank you for joining me. It's a blast to have a chance to chat with you tonight. Guess what? We're 25 Riesling into our experience so far. My tongue is starting like on the side and starting to blister a bit.
Especially Carl really swishes it around. I'm a little more like, oh, just drink a little bit, but he really swishes it around, so I can't imagine. what you're going through. This is a really tough job, Melissa, that we have.
Oh, I bet. I bet. At least Riesling, like if you have to marathon something, like Riesling is way easier to do it with.
Well, you know what? It's kind of like, like that Iron Man kind of like, but you need to train to get there. And like, there's something you get some like really tough training. And this one is like a pretty, ugh. But you know what's great for me? Riesling, Melissa, it's the grape where you have so many different expression of it. Like let's think Chardonnay. There's a difference between an unoaked Chardonnay and an oak Chardonnay, but there's a world of difference between style of Rieslings. Like the gap in between are absolutely crazy. Like tonight, like I've been so many, like from wild ferment to semi-sweet to bone dry to oxidate, like it's crazy. So it's a lot of fun, lots and lots of fun. Do you want to know some names of some of the top of the list right now?
Yeah, sure. Hit me.
Yeah. I think Suan staff had a 2008 semi-sweet, semi-dry, 2008, or absolutely special. At that stage, 14 years of age, it's like, oh my God, really, really special. What else? Moraine Reserve from the bench as 2020 shows pretty darn good. Taw's winery from Vineland, one of Paul's wines. So God bless your soul, Paul. And Upper Bench also new, like completely different style than a couple years ago. So we're seeing some pretty cool stuff. Also, do you know one I was really, really impressed, and I did not expect anything from it? It's from Freeform. Do you ever? It's one of the.
Is that the
Okanagan Crush Pad? And I tasted some of their other stuff lately, and it's weird, like weird, cool, and weird, too weird. But this one tonight, that Riesling, is like, whoa. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a few of the names that we've been pretty impressed with. And have you ever tried sparkling ice wine Riesling?
No,
so
I've tried sparkling ice wine and I've had sparkling Riesling. I have not had the combination.
Yeah. So the whole, like, I had ice wine Riesling, I had sparkling Riesling. I never had ice wine sparkling Riesling. So we had that at the beginning, and this is pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Half bottles, pretty cool. Anyway, so how about you tell us a little bit about your philosophy when it's time for Riesling?
Yeah. So first off, which one do you want to start with? Because
let's start with the 16 and that, because I want to spend more time on the 17. 17 is your baby. I want us to dig deep in the 17. 16 shows much more oxide, like much more reductive than the 17. It feels like there's a world of difference in between the two styles. So let's start with the 16.
Of course, yeah. So the 16 was my first vintage at Intersection. So I had come on partway through the summer, so I got to see kind of the end stage of decision making. We left a lot of leaf cover on, so a lot of shade on the fruit, just trying to keep the freshness and the acidity. It wasn't a super hot year. It was pretty moderate, but we didn't want to let in too much sun because we want some nice like green apple characters and lime and stuff like that. And then, basically like when we're fermenting it, we want it to be kept cool, and then we stop it before it hits complete dryness. So we leave some residual sugar. And in the case of the 2016, that was about 18 grams, which I think that taste-wise is pretty well integrated. So yeah, this was 10.7% alcohol to finish. So
really there's and it's funny how the nose doesn't announce the freshness of the palate. I have kind of a little bit of reductive on the nose, and when I get to the palate, like boom, like there's a wave of freshness that I kind of I didn't expect from the get-go. I was expecting more mature flavors, but it's still fairly fresh.
Yeah, so I kind of got a bit of a mustard note, like a mustard seed kind of thing on the nose of the 16, and I think that hints towards it. But this is also coming off the back of a vintage 2015, which was enormous. It was like a huge year, so the vines might have been pushed a little bit,
Mm.
and also the block isn't very old, so it's kind of coming on an establishment. I've spent the last couple of years figuring out nutrition and balancing that soil chemistry and things out. But yeah, so basically, we also see a little tiny bit of botrytis in these first 2 years. But since I've changed a couple things about canopy and airflow, basically, I'm not seeing as much botrytis in them anymore. But there is maybe a little bit of impact with that here. It's not a lot of botrytis, but it was like maybe about 2%, maybe less.
Yeah, really, really slightly. I would say I maybe detect a little bit more in the 16 than the 17.
Yeah, it comes across more of like a honeycomb kind of paraffin wax thing going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So
It's nice. So, yeah, we're releasing these with some age on the bottle too. So we're selling the 17 right now. So our ideal is if we can hold it for a couple of years before we release it, because people usually don't see that side of Riesling. Like we want it to have some maturity when we sell them. So people get to see what it's like to have a wine that's been kept around for a couple of years. And as I've started to encourage the plants to be more stabilized, like nutrition wise, especially, that's now going to be a longer aging curve. So it might hit this point after 10 years instead of after 5. That's the goal, is really try to keep it nice and fresh when it's young. And then basically like as it gets older, it's going to start to do that like beeswax and sort of little tea light notes, Yeah.
what's the biggest difference between 16 and 17 in terms of growing season, in your opinion?
Well, we flooded in 2017. That was a big difference.
There is your difference from there, yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot more forest fire smoke in 17 as well. So often what that does is it stops development because it screens out some of the sunlight. Basically, it can exacerbate some mildew issues and things like bunch rot because the UV light's being blocked out, basically. But yeah, there was a lot more forest fire pressure in August in 2017, but I don't find like smoke necessarily in any of our whites, really.
This is really clean here. This is super clean. There's no...
The 17 as well?
Yeah. Yeah. I have both here side by side. First, the colors are very different. Like the 16 color is more golden. And the 17, it's paler. But you got that lime coming out of the nose and it's bright. So
my efforts in 17 were really to just preserve the freshness of the fruit. And I think that also having it be slowed down a little bit, and there was a little bit of water in the block, like it was a bit of a colder year, or I guess in terms of an intersection vintage, like it wasn't as hot as it could have been, but we had some circumstances on our property that helped kind of cool the site down. So it comes across as almost as if it were a cooler vintage, but the wider Okanagan at large probably didn't really experience quite as much of that. So
no, and on the palate as well, I think there's a little bit more texture on the 17, but the freshness, the citrus, the lime peel, and maybe like some crunchy ginger comes up after the mid palate. There's that really like explosion after the mid palate.
There's almost like a pepperiness too on the finish, like a spiciness. And I think the ginger really
white pepper.
Yeah, it's kind of good. I made basically like a steamed bok choy with peanut sauce. Like, so I did a spicy peanut sauce, almost like a chili, ginger, and garlic in there. And I just did konjac noodles with it. And I tried it with both of these, and it's perfect. So I probably have a new recipe for for the site, which is good. But it's amazing how well like a wine that kind of shows as being delicate on its own can hold up to these massive flavors like peanuts and ginger and all these like huge spices.
And like plum sauce or like all of
that. Yeah. So it actually goes really well with a lot of these things because it's so refreshing and it's so bright, and it doesn't dominate, but it does like it kind of has a nice juxtaposition with the food. So yeah.
Where's Riesling is position in your portfolio? Because okay, we think of you, we think of intersection. First thing comes to mind, it's Merlot. After that, if I
Yes.
think of you, if I think about our coverage, it's VO. And like like you're developing your style, you're developing you're continuing the portfolio. But where's Riesling sit into your philosophy, into your order of priority?
So personally, it's one of my favorites to work with because I've worked with it the longest. Out of any variety in my sort of career, I'm more familiar with Riesling than anything. But you know, it's part of our core 6 wines. So we've got our Miles Edge, which is half Riesling. So Riesling's important to that. We've got a Riesling and we've got the Viognier Marsanne. So I kind of place them all together as estate wines for the most part. And then the Merlots are kind of the other half of that core 6 varieties. So they're kind of part of all the same, you know, level of treatment. It's not like we really break things down into tiers necessarily. So I would say the Riesling, like it needs to have estate or reserve or some other flowery kind of language on it, but it doesn't really need that, but it is an estate wine. So yeah, I like where it's positioned because it's kind of like, it looks like it's kind of modest, but it actually is a really, really great wine. So
Oh,
yeah.
no, modest to me. No, I tasted some modest wine back there at some point tonight, but this is top of the class. This is and like the texture is serious right out of the gate. The length is serious. The concentration of flavor to me is like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I really like, so the 17 for being, it would have been bottled in 2018. So around the summer of 2018. And then it's been since aged that whole time. So it still has a lot of fresh apple. So I think honestly, like mainly the winemaking difference, I'm keeping it under like inert gases, things like nitrogen and CO2. Anytime I move them, I'm moving them under some kind of protective layer of gas. So we can keep that freshness. Also that year I bought free sulfur equipment so I could analyze the sulfur in the wines and I could see like how much was in there. And, you know, that way I didn't have to add too much. So yeah, that way, you know, I had more control over the analysis and yeah, the 17, it was more something.
So with what you're just mentioning, like the transport, like every time you move it, you cap it, you protect it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it maybe the difference why the nose is so different between the 16 and the 17?
It could be.
Yeah. Because it's crazy maybe, how different the nose is from 16 to 17.
Mm-hmm. And in 2016, I had most of my analysis sent out. So really the only thing I could look at on site was pH and TA and Brix. Like I could look at the basic stuff coming in, but I didn't have the method of analyzing free sulfur unless I sent it out and then I got it back. So there was a little bit of a delay in being able to like just respond to where the free sulfur was at. So I couldn't necessarily make additions immediately. So I can do a test every month and take a look and then just make minor alterations in that level. And that way, like I'm not hitting it too hard all at once to try to compensate for a loss of that, which happens in storage sometimes. Other than that, like, I mean, I didn't move it very much. Like 17 stayed in the same tank for months. It stayed on light lees. So like after the primary fermentation is done, we've thrown the chilling on, the yeasts have stopped, and there's a little bit of sugar left over there. I took it off the lees, like off the main like bulk of the yeast, and then got the chilling on it and kept cooling it and got some sulfur in it. So basically like there's still a little bit of light lees in the 17 for a couple months, and maybe that's the texture coming through there because the yeast kind of gives a little bit of that body and that weight to the wine. So that could be it.
Yeah.
I should have taken more detailed notes before.
Don't worry about that. There's nothing over the top here. I'm just happy to have you so we can share your philosophy. But in terms of production, what's the production? What's the vineyard allows you to produce in terms of Riesling on the average year? Because we know that the last couple of years were not average years in terms of crop. But in terms of production, what's the case production?
Well, so the Riesling actually for us is very stable. Usually it's between 8 and 10 tons every year. I've tried to keep it under 10 if I can, because it's just a 2-acre block. It's actually just under 2 acres. Some years we've gotten over 13 tons. But yeah, my average now is around like 9 or 10. And like in the lower years where we might have to thin a bit more, then it's 8 tons. But yeah, overall, like it's happy at about 10 tons, which is about 5 tons an acre. So yeah, that yield is where I think that the block is very comfortable. It's very consistent, and I'm not seeing massive fluctuations every year in fruit set and in berry size and quality. So like I think I've got it to where the plant likes it and I like it. So yeah, that makes for about between Miles Edge and Riesling about you know, just as a single varietal Riesling, it's usually about 350 to 400 cases, sometimes a little bit more. And then I take out some for Miles Edge too. So yeah, I think the 17 was just under 300 cases because I took out some stuff for some other things. But yeah.
In terms of let's talk international Riesling. What's because your background, you're from Ontario, so you work with some of the Ontario Riesling, but what's your international flagship for you? Like when you look up an international Riesling, which one comes to mind right away?
So immediately, one place I worked at that I've never forgotten my experience with was Framingham in New Zealand. So they do an Auslese, and they do noble styles, and they do dry Rieslings. They had like 5 Rieslings, and they're in the middle of Marlborough, and they're making Pinot Blanc, and they're making Sauvignon Blanc and Pinot Gris because of course you do. But it was one of the coolest places I've ever worked, and I got to pick some of the Auslese, and they also did like almost like a Vendange Tardif Gewurz too. So they had some seriously cool wines. I doubt you'd ever find them here, but wow. Like, I mean, I brought some back, and I think I had a 2013 Noble Riesling from Framingham. I just opened that last year with some friends with a dinner, and it was seriously wonderful. So Marlborough, like the climate actually does suit Riesling quite well. And I had a lot of really good ones on the South Island of New Zealand, and I always feel like they're undersung. So that's one of my favorite regions. I really love it. And Tasmania, I spent some time in Tasmania too. So my first.
That's funny because I was looking for him. I was looking for New Zealand this afternoon. I went to get 3 international one. So I'm going to taste a little later, and I could not find a New Zealand Riesling. And obviously, right away, like it was a full shelf of Sauvignon Blanc, Pinot Noir. You got to Central Otago. There are a couple Syrahs and all. I couldn't find one darn Riesling. So
I think sometimes, like, I don't know if the Peregrine ever gets it here. Peregrine from I guess it's north of Christchurch. And Spy Valley sometimes you might see, but that's more in Ontario. But yeah, no, I mean, it was a really cool place to go and experience some of the wines that you don't see here. But yeah, no, I mean, it was just like, and some of the coolest people I ever worked with also were in New Zealand. Like they had this massive free harvest party. Like everybody in this crew was really great. Like I lived with 3 or 4 other people, and everybody was from either Austria, or we had a guy from Portugal, and it was just like a nice international house, and we lived in Blenheim, and it was just a great year. Honestly, it was so much fun.
That's so cool because we had Spy Valley in Alberta when I used to be in Calgary. Spy Valley was well represented there, but no, I finally settled with Trimbach from Alsace, obviously Nick Weiss from Germany. And I also got my hand on the Oregon Riesling, so we'll try that.
I like the Nick Weiss. The Nick Weiss is one of the best priced ones around here. I mean, if you're going internationally, like some of the ones you can get here, you can get this like massively tall bottle, and it's something like $24 or $25, and honestly, it's pretty darn good. I mean, once in a while you see the Dr. Lucen. Once in a while you see the Dr. Lucen, but it's really, really sweet to me, just a little bit. But this is the thing. It's like it's got such a broad spectrum that somebody is always going to find something they enjoy. So that's the thing with it is I make mine, like mine has a tiny, like I would say for a Riesling, like for our profile, it is the most residual sugar in any of our wines. But compared to other Rieslings, it's probably not as sweet tasting because the acid is also higher. So that relationship is really important. Yeah. That's something I found with the
100%. Yeah, 100%, because that's one of the things that I struggle with, only putting the RS into our tasting notes, because it doesn't mean anything on its own. Like, we need to put the relationship between the acid and the residual sugar. To be honest,
Yeah.
that 17 has that nice tropical at the opening, but I don't feel a heavy sweetness in there, even if the RS is like what, 14, 15 maybe?
It's both of them are at 18.
18
grams.
Okay, see, yeah, I don't feel that level, because the acid is so high, and just like balance each other.
I've just gone back to the 16, and it smells like it has more honey and kind of sweeter flavors. But the 17, so both of these are effectively like sugar that the grape started with. So I find that usually if you either keep juice and you add it back as a Suisse reserve, or you stop the wine where you want it for residual, it tastes and feels differently than if you back sweeten with sugar, which some people can do. But I find that it almost has a juiciness from that, because it's sugar from the berry, and those sugars are complex. It's not just sucrose, like, or glucose and fructose. It's just like you get all these kind of other types of sugar from the fruit. And yeah, you can't really get that any other form, really. Like, you can't just get that out of a bag, really. Unless you're tapping like a huge like library of chemicals, but yeah.
And you're not in the business of library of chemical. You're in the business of
not usually. No. Yeah.
That's it,
I mean,
right?
this is one of the easiest ones to make. This is one of the easiest wines. I mean, basically one of the main rules is don't get in its way. Like, try not to assert too much winemaker on it. And basically like let the wine shine for what it is, because it's not about like how I want to dress it up. It's like kind of a portrayal of the vineyard and the conditions of the year. So yeah, the more you mess with it, the more you kind of lose that story. So yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how the nose and the palate on the 16 are completely different.
Completely.
Yeah,
the 16 to me tastes like it's a little bit sweeter. Like, it comes across as being more sweet. It could just be a transformation of the acidity over aging, but they're the same alcohol. Like, basically, if you were to look at these analytically side by side, they look very similar. They just come across very differently, and I think it's because of like a little bit more sun exposure on the fruit in the 16, and a little bit more shade on the Riesling, and as I said, that extra water in the block probably cooled things off in the environment of the block, so there was a little bit more of a cooling factor there. Yeah.
What can we expect from the last one, 2021? Because I think,
so it's going to be a while before we release that. So both the 2020 and the 2021 are showing a lot more primary fruit, so it's going to take a long time for them to reach this period where they get like the sort of more mineral aromas and things like that. So I think it's going to be like, they're going to get there. They're really more floral than both of these. So it's a different portrayal of Riesling. I've kept the philosophy the same, but I think that their fruit and their sort of their primary characters are more prominent at the moment. So they might need like 7 or 8 years before they're really reaching the point where these are at. That's roughly it. Like, I think honestly, the 21 was a great vintage to work with. And same with 2020. Like, 2020 was one of the nicer ones that we've had. We didn't have a frost in October. We had these beautiful green leaves. There was maybe a bit of rain here or there, but really it was a great one. So yeah, we've had 2 very nice stable vintages. As I said, for the Riesling, they don't really change year after year. They tend to be very consistent.
Consistency. That's it's something that I think the die-hard always looking forward. They know what to expect every year, and it makes your life a little easier as well as a winemaker. But like you mentioned, let's get out of the way. Let the fruit shine and the terroir talk for itself, right?
Yeah. I don't have to dress it up, really. Like, I mean, I like that it's a very straightforward wine, and also like it's very polarizing. Some people really don't like it, but I want to try to pour this for people, because some people go, oh, I'm not such a fan of Riesling. If we take them through our main lineup, though, a lot of people find that they do enjoy this one. So yeah, this is like, it's a bit of a discovery thing, because often, it's a Riesling that they've had that's been out of balance in one way or another. But balance is one of the other important things. Like, one, don't get in its way. Two, let the fruit shine, obviously. And then three, balance is key. You've got to get it right. So that's where like stopping it at the right residual is a bit of a thing where you have to taste it and trust your gut. Because sometimes with the CO2 and it's an active ferment and it's got all the yeast in it, it's hard to tell where you want it. But after a couple of years in, you kind of find there's a textural difference when you know you've got it. So then you throw the chilling on. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Stop it now. That's where we're at.
Yeah, that's where the art comes in. Like, I could analyze it. I could actually get a lab number because I have the ability to do that. But yeah, I mean, instead of spending my time on that, I just go and taste the tank every couple hours when I think we're getting close, which is also, it's good. I mean, you've got a nice, it's almost like a bit frizzy, like it's got some CO2 in it. It's almost like having a sparkling wine on tap. And yeah, I get to go and see it as it evolves. So
So much fun. Yeah, we had so much fun tasting the tank samples when we were out there. It was so cool.
Yeah. I think it was either filtration day or stars. We were doing one of the pre-bottling things. So we found we racked the wines, and then we got them onto bentonite, and then we racked them again, and then we filtered them, and then we put them through stars. So my assistant cleaned those same set of 5 tanks like 4 times. And then after bottling one more time, yeah. So yeah, it was back and forth for all those. Yeah. Anyway, it was good. It was, we got it into bottle. Rosé got into bottle all safely. So can't wait for that.
Yeah, that's going to be brilliant. And, you're here for a pivotal moment in our evening. We just timed out LinkedIn. So LinkedIn only lets you go for 4 hours, and we are now past 4 hours. Tasting Rieslings on Riesling Day. We said we'd go live for at least 4 hours. So you were there for the milestone, Melissa.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me join you then.
It's so great to have you on, Melissa. We learn so much every time we hear you chat about wine, and we love that you're so passionate about it. And Kelly Swank was on earlier from Kelowna. She said, one of our members, she said, you must have started making wine when you were 12 because, yeah, because you were so experienced. What's that?
I must have been like 21 when I entered the industry because I started college at 19. So sort of, I was like mentally maybe about 12.
Yeah, what she means by that is that you're a very young winemaker and yet you are so experienced and so wise. So we really appreciate you sharing that with us.
Yeah, thank you. I did have a lot to learn. I worked with some great people in Ontario too. So Ron and Sandrine, I worked for Ron Giesbrecht and Sandrine Boursier at Henry Pelham for about 4.5 years before I started going around the world. So they taught me so much, honestly. Like I learned a lot from those two as well. So
that's amazing. So you were out in Ontario, so you know the Ontario scene as well.
Yeah. Henry Pelham, they had some vines that were planted in like 98 or something, or 88. They had some very old Riesling plants on their site. So
wow, it's fantastic.
So to all of our members, because a lot of people are starting to travel again. I believe, Melissa, that we're going to have a pretty crazy summer out here. We're receiving emails every day from members. So we're going to be in the Okanagan. Where should we go? It's an intersection. It's a spot to visit when we're in the South. We're going to bring you a ton of people, tons of Carl's Wine Club members on there this summer. Tony, you better be ready, my friend.
Yeah, we will be. I mean, I can't wait. We're going to have some cool outdoor sort of things set up. The garden's going to be all, we're going to spruce it up even more. Last year it looked great, but this year we want to get some more shade out back because it's hot out back. But yeah, no, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a nice year.
Thank you very much, Melissa. You have a good rest of your Saturday. And
Sunday?
No, it's Sunday. It's Sunday. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, where did the weekend go?
I'm not sure, but enjoy your Riesling Day.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Thanks for your knowledge. Thanks for your time. We like you. Thank you so very much.
We love you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Yeah,
happy Riesling Day.
Yes, happy Riesling Day.
Thanks, Mel.
Bye, guys.
See you soon. Wow, so much fun. I always learn so much with Melissa.
Absolutely. Like these two wines are so different.
Yes, they are. They are really different, aren't they?
Absolutely. Oh my God.
It's so interesting. And we actually have the 16 out at my parents' place in their very chilled garage from Christmas. Remember, we found that at the liquor store in Victoria.
Oh yeah, it's Save On. That's true.
So we can taste it again in a few days when we're in Victoria. And
actually, we can taste both bottles just to see if both bottles are consistent.
Yeah, to see if they're the same. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. So who 15, 16, and 17. I've mentioned it many times. I am a big fan of the 2017.
Yeah,
Concentration, purity of fruit. I just love it. 16, to me, there's a little disconnect between the nose and the palate. It's kind of weird, but the wine is
not
great.
what we remember it as. We had this last summer, and it's changed a little bit, and maybe it's just that one bottle. I don't know.
But two great wines. So here about the scores. Let's score these beauties. I already did score the 17 Riesling a while back, but I'm still going with the 92 plus, close to 93, if not 93. It's yeah. Oh yeah, for the purity, for the price, this is a top 92 plus here. Where is intersection? 91 and 92 plus. There is where we stand here.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous one. I think that you've scored the 16 before because we featured it, didn't we?
I sure did.
So I'm curious because I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was different when we tasted it.
Whew.
I don't think I can find it right this second, but we'll have to look that up. See where your tasting notes. What a night. We have to revisit those two.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. That's
but
why
we
I'm
also have what? We have the Lunescence Estate Single Vineyard Organic Riesling.
Yeah.
We have the Summerhill Pyramid Estate Grown Biodynamic Riesling.
Yep. And the ice wine, the reserve ice wine.
The reserve ice wine.
Plus, I need to revisit the Bellaterra Wild Ferment as well. I want to see where it stands now. So,
yeah, and then we got 3 international bottles. Did we just crack those open all at once, or what?
No, I'm starting to. Oof.
Ready to get fatigued? You need some coffee?
A little bit. Getting old, I guess.
That's why we retaste them the second day.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, starting from the opposite end. So whatever ones we tasted last, we'll start with those. What you got there? Which one? Sigkramesh or Martin's Lane? Martin's Lane? No. Oh, the Wild Ferment.
It woke up. Oh, it woke up.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which
woke
one?
up.
The Bellaterra?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah. I woke up. Oh. That's good.
So these wild ones, the wild ones need a little more time to wake up, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. Still pretty muted on the nose, though. Not a crazy aromas. But the palate, like, boom, now explode out of the gate. Lots of green apple. There's some spice also. And a little bit like moraine style spice. Lots of spice developing from cloves. Yeah, maybe a little bit of caramel as well. You know that apple with caramel that you get at the fair? Get that, but also some lemon peel. So now that's interesting. I like it. $25, very well priced because there's a 91 plus here. Yeah.
Beauty.
Okay, let's go back to the Synchromesh and Martin's Lane because these two has to.
You bet.
Synchromesh, Storm Evan, the Gibson Block 3 from Okanagan Falls. Still pretty quiet on the nose, not a whole lot coming out of there.
Might need an Enovino. Speaking of which, we'll give one more of those away tonight. Oh, but boy, once you taste it, geez. The flavors explode. Wow. And it's got a heck of a length.
Martin's Lane is very concentrated, really defined. Lots of minerality. There's peach pit. You know, when you get closer to the middle of the fruit. Great length. God, this is a serious wine. It's a really serious wine. $45. Definitely a 92 points. I'm not putting that wine into the top. But this is good. This is definitely very good. I'm curious to see how it's going to show tomorrow. I'm pretty curious about that.
Yeah.
Now, Synchromesh.
Oh, the length on these two. This is what you're paying for here.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it. You can see it. It's premium. You pay premium, you get premium. There's nothing disappointing around there. Synchromesh is Synchromesh. It's probably the sweeter that we had all night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. More on the higher sugars here.
Probably yeah. Like really defined, right?
But it's like biting into a really ripe apricot or something. Like
yeah, exactly. There's some honey also in the back. Yeah.
It's
and they
so,
stick
it's got that acidity, so it makes it so mouth-watering, doesn't it?
It is. It is.
Goes on for a long time.
Yeah.
Really interesting, hey?
Absolutely.
Tomorrow when we retaste, we start with these ones and we finish with the first ones we tried.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm getting woof. That's the first time I think I'm getting like, ugh. So let's do Lunescence and Summerhill. How about that?
Oh, that sounds great. There's Summerhill Biodynamic Riesling, and it's really neat because both of these are organic. So, what is the?
So, I was in love when I tasted that Lunescence last year.
Oh yeah.
I really, and that's funny because I was contacting Cameron, the general manager of the winery. I was hoping for their Riesling sparkling.
Yes.
But they're out. They're completely out of it. So he said, "Oh, I have our how they call that, the ESV, the line, that's the line that they're really focusing on." estate single vineyard, and everything now coming out of that is organic. So so really, really interesting. So I will now open. That was one of my favorite when we did Summerhill last year in December. It's their Riesling, their biodynamic Riesling. So that's the third bottle with a cork.
Yes, this is pretty rare with Rieslings we're finding. And the other thing that's interesting about Rieslings, which I had no clue, is that it's common for them to have really low alcohol,
Yep, absolutely.
like 4 to 10% is kind of the range, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's really low compared to a lot of other wines. What you got there first? The lunescence?
Yeah, now I got the lunescence here.
Perfect. And is the lunescence one that you corked, or is it the other one that you took the cork out? Okay. Summerhill had a cork. Okay, yeah, you can see it there.
Darn that I like that lunescence.
Yeah.
Crunchy, bright.
Okay, and again, we're talking a $23.99 wine.
That's a glorious wine. Bright green apple. That's one side of a classic. Like bright green apple, lemony, like mouth-watering acidity. It's pure. It's fresh. It's crunchy. Jesus Christ. It's a little bit more on peach side.
Oh, we're talking now the Summerhill, hey? Mm-hmm. So Summerhill, I mean, lunescence is organic, which is amazing. I think they really, really, really respect the environment. And I think if you make wine, you have to, right? Even if you're not organic, if you make really good wine, you're always respecting the environment because it's all about the dirt and the terroir. But these guys take it to the next level. It's biodynamic. And I think they're the first Demeter certified biodynamic winery in Canada. So really interesting.
Yeah, there's a bit of cork in there.
Ah, shoot. One of the only ones with corks, and you got a bit of cork. Shoot.
Yeah.
It happens at least once in these varietal marathons because I think they say it sometimes up to 10% of wines can have a bit of cork to. So, yeah.
That's why I was like, I tried to ignore it. I slide, but that's pissed me off because there's such a beautiful spice on that wine. And the spice after, even if the slight cork comes up at the beginning, but it still shows me a lot. I love this wine, dear to my heart. I love it. And there's just like a slight little thing which just like doesn't allow me to give it a score. Doesn't allow me to
get the full sense of it. Oh, that's too bad. What are the odds, like so funny to have so few corked wines and have that one have a little bit of cork tank. But it happens. Yeah. It happens to the best, absolutely best wines out there.
Oh, absolutely. And these guys they do such an amazing job. They are so authentic. Summerhill, they offer such an amazing product, and they offer some stuff for every single budget. Like they have great entry level, but everything is just so authentic of their personality. respectful to the earth, respectful to their philosophy and to their employee as well. So
Yeah, really great culture. You can smell. Carl and I encounter and interact with, let's say, 100+ wineries a year, and in a meaningful way, right? Not just going there for a tasting, but we really get to know the people, and we work with them on a feature and all this kind of stuff. And so when you get we know when there's an amazing culture in a company, and these guys nailed it. Summerhill, just they seem to have a really fantastic culture.
I love that luminescence. Oh, they're like 92 plus. I just love it.
Fantastic. It's really interesting. So Phyllis mentioned Decora, that she's drinking Riesling Decora from Colmena, has 13.5%. And so Melissa is actually still on. Thank you so much, Melissa. And she's giving us some really cool insight into this. She says Riesling has a tendency to shut down early for dormancy. So they typically max out around 23 to 24 bricks. Ours is happy around 20 bricks, max 22, but we're a cooler site. This contributes to a lower than average alcohol than a lot of other whites. So that's really good to know. So it's that factor in Riesling that kind of means that they're going to have lower alcohol, because I was surprised. I don't know that much about wine, and I looked at some of these and I'm like 4.6% alcohol on some of the Rieslings we tasted tonight. I thought that's
no, I think the lowest that we have here it's 7.6, and it's a Synchromash.
7.6. I thought it was
Yeah.
4.6.
No, 7.6.
Are you sure? Okay.
I am 100% sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, such a fascinating variety. Guess who just came into our house back from the neighbors?
I think our kids just arrived. So
Our
just
three
in time for me to crack open the 3 International.
Yes.
So if anyone's still on and they want to see the difference between all of that, I'm going to get the 3 International. We'll do a quick rapid fire.
Well, are we doing the 3 internationals, or should we finish with I think we have one ice wine left, right?
Oh, the ice wine. You're right. Ice wine.
Quick little ice wine. You know, Canada is known for ice wines, but what we found is that Canadians don't drink a lot of ice wine. So it's more of like an international thing that we're known for ice wine. But Canadians typically, from what we've seen, don't drink a ton of ice wine. But I do like a good ice wine once in a while. So this is the 13th Street Reserve Riesling ice wine. And let me just see here how much it is. I think
$50.
$59.95 including tax, right? Yeah, which is typical for good ice wine. I mean, that's,
oh yeah, absolutely. And Riesling ice wine is typically more expensive than Vidal ice wine. That's Vidal is usually the varietal that you can have at a less expensive price. So when you get to Riesling or Cap Franc ice wine, you are a little bit more expensive, or much more expensive. And we talk about 375 mils, right? These are just small bottles. So
and these are the ones that can age for like a long time.
Oh, forever.
Right? Yeah, because they've got that high residual sugar. They got a strong acid backbone. Oh, there's that beauty. Nice. My lucky number, a wonderful little winery.
So bring your butt out here.
Oh yeah, I'll be right there.
So we can have here the side by side, but the sparkling ice wine and the regular ice wine. Yeah, the similar nose, like very, very, very similar nose. A little stronger nose here on the 13th Street, but yeah, like exactly the same nose. So
Fascinating stuff. So I don't know. I got in trouble earlier for pouring the sparkling and killing all the bubbles. Let's try doing this. Okay, here we go.
Look. No, take that.
Oh, this is the sparkling.
Yeah,
from
smell.
the
Just smell.
oh, I love that. I get the quince, which I love.
Same nose.
Yeah.
So Melissa, the price you're at 60. I think it's $60 or 15. Yeah, $60 for
Including tax.
for the reserve here, and for the sparkling ice wine, I don't know.
It hasn't been released yet. We have
And
no idea.
the winery just shipped it over. A bunch of wineries combine all of their samples in the same box, and one winery shipped the box. And I don't have the information for so it's Mark. I don't know, Mel, if you know Mark Pfister. So Mark Pfister is the winemaker for Fogelar and does a lot. It's focusing on Rieslings and Cap Franc, mostly single vineyard. So and yeah, hasn't been released. It's not on the market. It's kind of a test that they're doing, but this is really freaking cool. Just like the texture of the sparkling ice wine is just like really cool. When you put it in your mouth and you start swishing, the volume increase in a really soft way. But yeah, it's really, really nice. So here we have the reserve ice wine. There is an extreme complexity in that wine. It's one of the top wine in the whole lineup, to be honest. Really, really, really well made. The nose is really expressive. The texture, the concentration that we can expect. But to me, it's the complexity of it.
Which one are you talking about? Ah, yes. Very special. Thank you, Melissa. Holy cow. Thank you for stopping by. You just brought so many new dimensions to this whole thing. We're just enjoying the wine, and then we get to hear from you a little more of how it's made, which makes it so much more exciting and interesting.
That 2019 reserve, it's maybe one of the top 3 wines of the night.
Pretty special.
Wow.
That is a very interesting wine, isn't it? Very nice.
Wow. This is very, very good.
Yes. And I love about this wine is that you can put the cork back on it and it'll last for like months in your fridge.
Wow.
Thank you, Ken. Hey, I was still yeah, go ahead.
There's a spice, a light white pepper showing up at the end, but very concentrated. But not only concentrated, it's complex.
Yeah.
Dry apricot, earthy, almost like plum or date. It's really good. Really, really good.
Yeah. I do get a little bit of that date on the finish. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Caramel. Wow, this is special. This is really, really, really good.
Very well done.
I'm pooped.
What a night. What a night. Should we just for the heck of it, I guess you can tell what we think of the international wines already. It's kind of biased, isn't it? We left them to the very end.
I'm gonna left them in the fridge. I'm not opening them.
No?
Not tonight. I'm done.
All right, you're done. Are they corked?
I have no idea.
Okay, well then let's do something. You're done, but let me open one. Just as the amateur wine drinker, because I'm curious if I can tell the difference. The last few times we did this, when I taste an international wine, I know right away. I'm like,
I'll get the Alsatian one. We're gonna open the big dog.
The big dog. Okay. Well, that's exciting. I was gonna go try and open it myself, but Carl always helps me out. Someone came over the other day, and Carl wasn't around, so I said, "I'll open a bottle of wine." And I'm like, I haven't opened a bottle of wine myself in so long because I'm married to this guy. So he generally opens them for me. There you go. So this is the big dog, Alsatian. Is that just because in Alsace they've been making Riesling for so freaking long?
It's because Alsace, it's Germany, right? Alsace was part of Germany. The Alsace region has been bounced back and forth. Germany, like every war, it's changed country. So,
right. Someone was saying earlier, I think Elaine from Ontario was saying that she knew someone from the same family, and 3 people in the same family had 3 different nationalities, even though they lived in the same town.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
different generation.
So that's what they do out there. Like the noble grapes there, it's Riesling, Gewürztraminer, Pinot Gris, Sylvaner. So that's what they do. And when we talk about botrytis, like wine with botrytis and noble raw and all that, that's a classic of Alsace. I had the chance one day to have a Clos Saint-Hun, who is one of the sacred site of Alsace. So yeah, here you go. So we have here Trimback Riesling. This is a $45 on the shelf, 2018. So
again, probably more expensive than 98% of the wines we tasted today.
Yeah. Okay, so now I just, like it was cold. It's pretty cold. I just opened it, so it doesn't really do justice on that wine. I would suggest to keep it like it's a little too cold for what it should be.
I'll warm it up real quick here, but I got to tell you already, I can tell because my whole wine drinking career of a whole year and a half, I've tasted in Canadian wines, hundreds and hundreds, probably well over 1,000 Canadian wines. And this has a nose that to me is different than any of the other 33 Rieslings we had tonight from Canada.
Now, again, that's pretty classic.
It's very muted. It's hard to tell.
There's a lot of spice in there. I would like to give that wine some time because I feel like if I get the mid palate, it's not extremely expressive. But if the mid palate develop, it would be spectacular. At that point, it's barely average for the price because there's a big hole in the middle.
And there's an interesting bitterness that I've never had with ice wine before.
That's not an ice wine.
Or sorry, not ice wine, Riesling. I'm confused now. And yes, Ken's just saying you just finished ice wine. So yes, it's tough on the palate.
Yeah, that's exactly. Like I mentioned a little earlier, I'm pooped. I'm totally Rieslinged out. My tongue hurt on the both side. I feel like if I have the my tongue is that thick.
But yeah,
But
I do have to say, like, I don't swirl around as much as you do, Carl. I just swallow them, and so I'm not facing any occupational injuries at this point. Uh, and this wine has bitterness to it, which is really interesting. Anyhow, we'll have to start with the last wines we tasted today when we retaste tomorrow to double check, the scores you gave, Carl, and see if you still stick by them. But it's been fascinating. It has been fun.
I just had another sip of that sparkling ice wine.
Oh, yeah.
That's just so cool. That is just so freaking cool.
It is really cool. We really have to congratulate Mark Pister on that one because that is a special, special wine.
It's really freaking cool. So let me give you some of my top score, okay? Before we go anywhere else.
Before you do that, let's do a quick draw here.
Okay.
Our last Eno Vino of the night. See who this goes to. Kelly. She just got off to go have dinner. Perfect. She just went to have dinner. So this is great. Congrats, Kelly. Thank you so much for joining us. She's a diehard. She was here pretty much the whole 4.5 hours that we've been on. So congrats. You earned it, Kelly. Eno Vino coming your way.
Okay, the top wine today.
Yes, tell us.
This is the 2008 Suan semi-dry with 94 points. That's the wine of the night. That's the wine of the night. I'm sorry, I cannot go against that. That's the wine of the night. Yeah. So I'll put a big number 1 right beside it.
That was a fascinating and delicious wine.
2.
Yes.
Oh my God. 2. Ontario is taking the. Oh my God. People in BC are gonna fucking hate me. They're gonna shoot me.
Oh no.
So number 2.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. The second wine. I need to retaste that.
You had a 93 plus, right? In BC.
That's Freeform. That's number 2.
Yeah.
I need to retaste that. So that's number 2. Number 3, it's the 13th Street ice wine.
Yes, very special.
Number 4, it's the 2019 Taz Carly's Block. One of Paul Pender's wine.
Very special wine.
Yeah. Here, 4. Also, I have Upper Bench. Number 5.
Well, that's a good one.
These are all
our top 5. Let's see how you feel about it tomorrow when we retaste them all with a fresh palate.
Yeah, and after that, these are all 93 and the 194. So, and after that, I have at 92 plus, I have Suan 2011 Roberts Block. I have Intersection 2017. I have Moraine 2020. And Pearl Morissette Oxyde. So that's pretty much the top 10.
Fantastic. Well, that's amazing, Carl Boucher. You've done it again. 4 hours and 40 minutes of tasting wines live. That's awesome.
I'm done. Oh my God.
Time for a nap, hey? A little nap. Then we'll taste some.
I wouldn't mind to have a nap. maybe you can like. Oh, I wouldn't mind to sleep a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be a
Hey,
good
it
night.
was fun. Thank you so much, Mira, for your help. Like for everything you've done. It was
Thank
great.
you.
Again, it was fantastic.
Thank you for these sacrifices you make in the name of science and Canadian wine.
Absolutely. Hey, there's 600 people. There's other people who have stuck with us all night long. Please, you guys who's still here at that point, at that moment, put your name in the text box. I need to know who you are at that point. You guys are absolutely crazy to listen to me tasting these wines for that long. This is absolutely great, but you guys are diehard. We greatly appreciate you. So it's time for me to go to bed and maybe put some ice on my tongue so I'm okay to taste it again tomorrow, because we're going to have people coming over. So Canadian wine lovers, Carl's Wine Club members, thank you so very much. And follow the social media tomorrow. You're going to get all of the recap. Thank you. Have a good night.
Great night. Cheers.